Hello, hello, hello. How is everyone today? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How y'all doing? Welcome to the stream. My name's Mikey. It's Wednesday morning. It's time to go time. Come and say hi if you're watching live. If you're not watching live, cringe. You should be, because I stream every single Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Discord has just been posted. We're live gamers. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Oh, it's good to see you all. We've got Decknull saying Hellstorm. Hey, Decknull. How are you, mate? We got Lyle still shattered. Me too, mate. I've still not quite recovered. Hope you had a great time at the weekend, though. It's good to see you. Albeit very brief, but it was very nice to see you, bud. John Dubois. Good morning, John Dubois. Bam, Big C. Hello, hello. How are you? Colour Theft. Hello, mate. Cambo. Good morning to you. Good morning to you, Vorpal. Hello, hello. Andy Weller. Hello, mate. Such a crazy day. I almost forgot about it. How could you forget? I stream every single Monday at 10:15. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. We got a doozy today. We got a good stream, I think. There's some serious drama that I've been meaning to cover since Friday. I think it dropped on my radar, and then I've had like 4 people send it me like, "Why didn't you cover this?" I'm like, I've been busy. I've been away. Okay, been doing the goon. I've been doing the goon hammers. Okay, so I've not been able to cover it straight away. So we're gonna try and cover it today. And then we're gonna like paint some Tyranids, because you might have seen I've got the Norn Queen. I brought her upstairs. I've like done no brushwork. It's all airbrush, but we have a Norn Queen to play with. Look how pretty she is. Non-emissary. It's a Norn Queen. We got the Norn Queen to play with, so we're gonna paint her up today, because I want to use her on Friday, or I want someone to use her against me on Friday. Because Fridays is game night. Wee wee. Fridays is game night, you know? So, your voice is doing a hell of a lot better than mine. I sound like I've got 20-a-day habit. Excellent. That's the thing with events and stuff. You're just talking all day. I think I was a little bit more relaxed than you were, but you're just talking so much all the time. It just takes it out of you. It's crazy. Good morning, Dave. How are you? Decknull again. Good morning. Grimslayer, hello. Max, hello there. How you doing, buddy? 58 needs to paint before new releases. Need this stream to keep me on the grind. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Your nids look so amazing as well. I'm excited to see them all done. What's everyone? Is everyone excited for the new Tyranids? I'm kind of excited. I really like all the new Lictor models. I think the Lictor itself is like a bit meh, but like the Death Leap is really cool, and the Neurolictor is really cool. But yeah, I'm excited. So we've got a bunch of stuff to do today. This drama is like a 40-minute video we've got to go through. I love all the brains they're putting everywhere. There is a lot of brains. Yeah, it's very fun. It's a very cool aesthetic, I think. I spent nearly 300 on the new nids. I'm excited. How much are they? That's one thing I don't actually know. Like, how much does everything cost? I was annoyed about the box. I'm promise I'm not going to be annoyed. This is more curiosity. Okay. Pre-orders. Let's have a look. Non-emissary 70. Okay, that's not terrible. Not terrible. It's a very cool model. Lictors at 30 is probably... It's interesting that the Lictors are all separate kits. I haven't even opened mine yet. I really wanted to build all 3, but it's interesting that all the Lictors are separate kits. It's kind of nice, I think, actually. I'm surprised the Lictor and Neurolictor aren't the same kit, but I guess they're so different. But then, like, the Death Leaper, it's nice you don't have to buy a Death Leaper every time you want to play a Lictor, right? So, Fireballs at 30, probably about right. And they're also out of stock. Lol. Everyone's buying them because they think they're going to be like 20 points or whatever they are in the codex. Forgetting that there's a balanced debt is like coming tomorrow. Need to spend it. Yeah. Yeah, like the Neurolictor's not bad price. The Death Leaper's probably a bit much, but he's also quite big. It's stuff like G-Steel is at 32 quid. It's quite expensive. Separate kits means you can't magnetize, so you get more kits. Also true. Also true. You do have to buy, if you want a Lictor, Death Leaper, and a Neurolictor, you got to buy 3 kits. Is the Thigh High Lictor any good? Oh, you mean the Neurolictor? The Neurolictor is the best one. Biovore at 30 is a lot. Yeah, and the shit. Everyone's gone out and bought them, but they're shit. I think Pyrovores are alright, but the Biovore is pretty shit. It's quite a chunky model though, but it's not like crazy big. I'm trying to think what it's comparable to. Because it's quite low. The bug itself is quite low, but it's on a large base, and it's on massive cannon. So it does take a like footprint wise, it's quite big. But yeah, like 30 quid for it. Nah. Turn that down a little bit. There we go. Why are you hating on Biovore? Because they're bad. Because I've read the rules, like other people should be doing. Maybe they just want to paint them and look at them, Mikey. Jeez. Maybe they do. Maybe they do. Biopyro is good for magnetizing. Yeah, definitely. It's basically just a different gun, you know? I don't know how it is to build. I haven't opened it, but yeah, you could definitely magnetize the Biovore and Pyrovore. But you probably only want like 1, maybe 2 Biovores tops. And then only Pyrovores after that. But even then, Pyrovores are fine. Biovores are less than fine. Does a Biovore still have dev wounds? I don't know actually. Biovore! Biovore. It does still have dev wounds, yeah. Pyrovore. Ignore cover torrent twin linked, which is nice. Strength 6 -1. But yeah, like until we know the points of them, I don't think they're very good. If they stay really cheap, they're amazing. But I don't think they're very good. Just index with an extra wound, mate. Yeah, so like the index difference is they gained a wound. And there's 7 wounds instead of 6. Which is like a really weird change. Like the Lictor's the same. The Lictor's the same but gain a wound, and it's like, oh. New model. It's like Primaris. They get new models so they gain a wound. That's it. And spores still do secondaries. Yeah, but you can only... It used to be each Biovore could drop a spore, but now it's 1 Biovore per turn can drop a spore. And 20mm bigger base. Yeah, exactly. Them old ones are looking really small now. Them old Biovores are looking very small compared to the new one. Lictor losing its invuln. Has it lost its invuln? I didn't notice it had lost its invuln. It has lost its invuln. Huh. Huh. Yeah, that feels like a typo. I think the Lictor losing its invuln is a typo, to be honest. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't. Because even the fucking Von Ryan's Leapers have an invuln. Balance there is like permitted. Yeah, Lictor has a 5+ in the index. And the rules are the same otherwise. Borrow wound? No, it's not actually exactly the same otherwise. The Lictor didn't even gain a wound. Very sad boy. Did you see those data site leaks yesterday, Mike? They look pretty BS, but sound reasonable. So, obviously, because I'm signed with Games Workshop, I can't really address leaks. But what I will say is I wouldn't believe anything until you see it for real. Okay? I probably shouldn't address leaks, because Games Workshop don't like me addressing leaks. So, but also, don't believe anything until you see it by Games Workshop. Or by me. Your one and true news source. New Balance coming. How hard are my custodians getting slapped in the face? Well, I mean, custodians won Tacoma Open, so it only makes sense that they're going to get nerfed. I won with Death Watch and the rules writer, don't forget. The rules writer, who was a judge at the time, I was like, I reroll ones to hit with my veterans. And they were like, he's not Xenos. And I was like, yeah, I just reroll ones to hit all the time. Unless he's a Xenos, then it's all hits. And he was like, that's really weird. And I was like, oh no. Oh no. Death Watch going to get nerfed. You signed with GW. They finally pay you that £500 an hour. I wish they paid me that £500 an hour. But no, I like getting free stuff, so I can't really address leaks. RE the info, does that mean the new data cards may be out of date? Mate, if there's a typo, it's always out of date. Mikey breaking the game to the rules writers. Mate, it's almost like they should give me a job. It is quite funny when you're just like... It was very funny. When I was doing all these things and the rules writer was like... Whoa. Bruh. I was just like, what do you mean? What do you mean they don't reroll ones? Of course they do. Someone in your team wrote this. Speaking of, I need to leak a picture out of a Discord, but I don't think they'll mind. Let me see if I can find it. I realised I didn't pull it up. It's very funny though. Is it here? Found it. I'm gonna have to leak this. So if you see this and you're in that Discord and I'm leaking it, I'm sorry, it's just very funny. Games Workshop won't hire me to be a playtester. They won't hire me to be a playtester, but I already do more work than playtesters do. Here's something that was very funny that dropped on my radar. Okay, the true drama. Games Workshop is clearly paying people too much for too little. Alex on Facebook said, can you stop with the FAQ and just do it right the first time? And Warhammer 40,000 Facebook page said, hey Alex, this is a good question and one we should address. So, we have a team of around 10 playtesters who play a relentless amount of games throughout the development of a book. Let's say they play 4 games a week. Relentless Warhammer. 4 games a week. Bro, I play 4 games a week in my sleep. Only 10, yes. They do approximately 40 games a week. I probably do 10 games a week. 10 playtesters for multi-billion-pound corporation. Multi-million-dollar corporation. 10 people paid probably around $30,000 a year. I watched 6 games over the weekend. I play more and I have a job and I'm a student. Exactly. Like, yeah, I don't play more than 4 games every week, but sometimes I'll play like 7 games, or I'll play 10 games, or I'll play a tournament and I'll have a practice game for 3 days in a row. Also, they said around 10. Also very true. Little thing I learned, if the people say close to or digits, but they never say specific number, it means the lower half, okay? If someone says, you know, I got paid around 4 figures, that means they got paid like 800 quid, okay? Or like, if someone says like, you know, I'm like I like getting six figures. They're like, yeah, they're getting 100k. Okay, they're not getting 500k. They're not getting nearly a million. They're getting 100k. Okay, 4 games a week. They play a total of 120 games in this time because they test it for 6 weeks. I play more than 120 games in 6 weeks, I think. Maybe do I? No, probably don't. Not me personally, but a team of 10 people. Man, they could play 2 games a day, 5 days a week, because they could get paid a job for it. Play 2 games a day, spend like an hour and a half writing some words down. Play another game, spend an hour and a half writing some words down. Lads, that's a 9-hour day, okay? Maybe they could spend an hour writing words down about the balance that they've learned. You know? That's saying they're going to play for 3 hours and then spend an hour writing about how it went, okay? That's 1 work day, okay? 8 hours, okay? They could do that every day. Okay, that's 10 games a week per playtester. That's 100 games a week. That's 600 games. Not 120 in 6 weeks. They play a total of 120 games in this time, tested as many scenarios, enemies, situations, army builds, etc. as they can, giving all their feedback to the rules team. If you have 4 games a week and you're playtesting, you can test like 2 lists. Okay? You play 1 list, you go, wow, this list was great. I'm going to tweak a little bit. And then you play another game. And then that's it. They play other playtesters, so it's half that. Also true. Yeah, very true. The day the book is bought, let's say 25,000 people buy it. Pick a number out of the air. Yeah, okay, 25,000 is fine. That's probably about right. Or if not, it's probably more. That means by the end of the release weekend, there have probably been around 50,000 games played with it. So they think everyone plays 2 games the weekend it comes out. If 25,000 people buy it, does not that mean that maybe 10,000 people play it? I don't understand the logic of that, but it's fine. You know, it's just random numbers. It's fine. Random numbers out the air. You know, naturally in a game this complex, lots more combinations and situations arise that the playtesters simply didn't encounter. That's because they only play 4 games a week. They play less than 1 a day. On a 5-day work week, they play less than 1 game a day. Your job is your playtest. These playtesters aren't paid, are they? Let's just be real, okay? These playtesters don't get paid. That's why it's less than 1 work day game a week. Less than 1 game a day, sorry. If you're paying these playtesters, if they pay these playtesters, which they should, okay? Not the one who tested the Eldar book. They need to quit Warhammer. But if they're going to pay good playtesters like me, £500 an hour, you know what? I'll play 2 games a day, okay? £500 an hour, 2 games a day, I'm in, okay? Naturally, the game's complex. We appeal for your help and ask you to send in questions, and we answer them in this way, and we are dedicated to the constant improvement of the game. Our alternative options are simply release a book, then forget about it. We're not sure you guys would appreciate this. Wait until our playtesters have played 50,000 games between them. At the same rate, it would take us 48 years to playtest that book to the same extent as the public does in 1 week. We're pretty sure you don't want to wait that long for your next book. Hope this makes sense. But if they played 10 games a week, it would take 50,000 weeks. But there's 10 of them. So it'd take 5,000 weeks. And that's a lot closer than 48,000 years. Okay? Situations the playtesters didn't encounter, like a Wraith Knight using Fate dice. Tell that game after work and then write up in your own time, quite literally. This is so reaction. I don't even know if it's real, mate. It's funny though. I don't even know if it's real. I should probably find it. Let's see if I can find it. Surely it's on this post. Yeah, I don't even know if it's real, to be honest. It's just funny. If that's close to being real. I thought it'd be the top comment, but it's not. Let me search that exact comment. Can you stop with the FAQ? Can you stop? No, it literally doesn't show up. It might even be real. It's probably photoshopped. But it's funny. It's very funny. I can't find it. Maybe they could involve top players and YouTube channels to outsource some of their playtesting. I know that went so well last time. Didn't they used to outsource it? Yeah, they did used to outsource it, definitely. They like Tabletop Tactics did a big video saying they were playtesting 9th edition. And then Drakari came out and really broken, so everyone blamed Lawrence, and it was like, oh, not gonna do that again. I would admit I'm a playtester, and you know, if I got it wrong, I'd just laugh. I'd be like, unlucky. Imagine, that's why they won't make me a playtester. I'd be like, unlucky, bro. I wonder if they even give all the playtesters all the army rules. There are two steep curves between them. Quite, mate. Some of the issues can be identified pretty easily without even playing. I know. I literally look at things. I look at one index and I break it straight away. And they don't pay me anything. And I do it for free. I do it for free. I wonder if that comment got deleted. The problem is there's 500 comments to scroll through. If anyone wants to go on a duck hunt and find the source, that'd be great. But I don't even know if it's real. It might be. It probably isn't. I was way more than 500 comments, actually. I had it on top comment. Anyway. Why even publish a book at all? Just release rules online, have them tested for a month, then print the book. Ultraminds, let me tell you why. Come here. Come here, listen. Why did they print the book first? Money. That's it. There's your answer. There's the answer. That's the answer, chat. You're welcome. You can literally do degrees on game theories. Why not hire a couple of those to lead a team on one of the guys I played 4K had it and he was a bastard to beat. He won so many tournaments. Yeah, exactly. Just hire someone. Mikey, how many games have you played with the new NID book? 0. Yeah, actually, to be fair, 0. And yet you've already put together a strong list. It literally does a table chapter to spot the problems. True, Popcorn. It's because I'm built fucking different, okay? Maybe it's because I'm built fucking different, right? And they should hire me. They should pay me the £500 an hour. Because I can play more than 4 games a week for £500 an hour. I'll play as many as you fucking want, okay? 1,500 quid a game? I'm playing as many as you want. I'm there all day. I ain't sleeping. I ain't eating. I'm just playing. I'm just going. And I'm just grinding. For like 2 weeks, then I'm quitting. And then I'll make a video and be like, Games, I should drop me to the ground. I can't find playtest anywhere in this thread. It's hidden in the reply. It's been deleted. Never mind. Oh, it's somewhere else. I keep trying to find it, but I can't. Tabletop tactics should not play test. They make fun content, but that's it. Yeah, but Lawrence is a really good player, though. He doesn't play so much anymore because everyone around him really bad. Now, Lawrence is a really good player, so I'm going off Facebook. I can't be bothered anymore. It was stopped because of the leaks last time. That was the rumor. They stopped outsourcing playtesting because people were leaking, and then the leaks carried on. Mikey, you should volunteer. I literally said to the judge that was surprised that Deathwatch veterans could reroll ones to hit against everybody. After I won, I literally said, if you need a playtester, you've got my number. That is how I finished the game. I shook Adam's hand and said, if you need a playtester, you got my number. And then he laughed and said, we'll see. So I don't think anything will come of it, but you know, I did put my name out there. How to become a playtester. Go 6-0 and be like, lol, if you need one, let me know. Stephen Box will ruin your army in playtest and then tell you it's a test of character. I'm just, you know what? I'm just going to skip past that one. There's a lot of things I could have said then. But you know what? I was the bigger person and I didn't say anything. I just laughed. Well, lots of playtests in last edition, when they still outsourced them, complained that GW ignored their feedback time after time. Yeah, they did. But I also thought it was kind of funny because it was only they stopped listening to our feedback after all the characters came out really broken. Now, that it could be because they weren't listening to feedback, but it could also be we didn't notice this and we want to kind of like save face, which is also understandable. But that'd have been funny. You know, if they just go, oh shit, we didn't spot this. Let's just say they didn't listen. You know? I play once a fortnight. You do as much games as many games as a playtester. Within 10 minutes of playing against Elder, I knew they were stupidly broken. We even home ruled Tyranids and Fake Knights in the club. 10 minutes to fix the army in our club. Yeah, literally. Do you remember when that tournament banned Eldar before they came out? And then everyone said they were stupid? Crazy. Crazy. I mean, also the lead time of printing books is at least 6 months because they are printed in China. They are printed in China, yeah. For 1,500 a game, Mikey will just be Warhammer Games King W, quite literally. Playtest and burnout. You'd probably save money with that GW discount. I would, to be fair. Well, hello there. As the points come out on Thursday and the Codex on Saturday, does that mean the NID's Codex points are the most recent ones? No. Release order doesn't really matter. You just want that ex-GW employee clickbait for YouTube titles. Don't read me like a book, Ultraminers. So what if I want I Left Games Workshop, Ask Me Anything videos, okay? They get like 200,000 views. Why wouldn't I want that? Gaz Taylor, is the issue having printed books as well? Should they move away from that and have rules and keep codexes for background? Yeah, I said like a codex probably needs to move toward like an encyclopedia essentially of the faction and then update it every couple of years. Like Tyranids Annual 2023. That's what we need. You know, Tyranids Annual 2023. Just release them every year. People will buy them. People will collect them. It'll be fine. And then just have the rules online. Charge me £5 a month for Warhammer Plus, and then give me all the rules for free. Okay. Or pay me to be a playtester, and then give me all the rules for free. Like 10 months early, okay? And then I'll just like cum all over the index cards, and then you'll know it was me who playtested them because there's cum everywhere. Well, Maggie kept leaking the rules, so they took it away. Name one time I leaked the rules. One, cool, so I can cover my tracks. Don't really, that's a joke. That's a fun little joke between friends, okay? Actually, that's a little fun joke between friends. I have never leaked anything. As Dats and Des, the new codex directs you to the Minotaur field manual, so it'll be whatever that points to. But to the leaks point, don't most YouTubers get models a month or so early? Leaks will happen regardless. If you think Games Workshop send me models a month early, mate, Japan built different, okay? I do not get things a month early. I had the Tyranids like a week. That's why it's half painted, okay? That's why it's half painted. You can go on the painted face again as an XGWT spiller. That's what I want to be. That's my life goal, Popcorn. That's my life goal, okay? I want to like go on the painted face and talk about inside gossip. Because I love that inside gossip. I want to be the one spilling it. Okay? Okay. So every online battle report are with the codex points, so actually they are all absolute nothing. Michael's like, maybe they're playtesting Beer Hammer. I think so. Wow, this is the morning stream with language like that. It is, yeah. This is the news. We talk about the news. There are many occasions where people have been paying overnight to get stuff done for reviews. Yeah, quite literally, mate. Quite literally. Yeah, yeah, Games Workshop. I'm very lucky because Games Workshop send me stuff early, for review purposes. But they don't send it early enough. I'm a one-man band. Like, the only reason most channels can do it is because there's like 5 of them. Alright? Look at like Play on Tabletop. They're like, some guy was painting, the other guys were playing, and then they were all editing for like 4 days. Like, fuck that shit. I can't keep up. I'm trying my best. But I'm keeping my head above water. I'm like the kid in this pool and the skeleton on the floor. You know? I'm just like, just trying. I'm just trying. So... I said, that's a pretty G exit, Mikey. It was a pretty funny exit. Like, thanks for watching my game. I've gone 6-0. If you want me to do a playtest, then let me know, because I'm available. I will charge them. I will not do it for free. I will ask for money. But I will, you know, it might not be £420 an hour, but it'll be somewhat close. It'll be like £420 a week, maybe. But here you go, there's the playtester drama. I need to find the source of this before this becomes a video, but I thought that was quite funny. 10 playtesters, 4 games a week. They are just playing casually. They are clearly not paid. Clearly not paid. Again, the Eldar playtester, whoever you are, you definitely don't need to be paid. You need to go back to school and learn English. Okay? But yeah, like, if they're only playing 4 games a week, no wonder everything's fucking busted. They should be playing 4 games a day, okay? 5 games a day. Iron Man that shit. Tune into the stream to hear Mikey yelling that he's built different, nothing but facts. Hello, crafting kaiju. You know, brother. Always. Always. Always gamer moments. Eldar playtester owes US money. Eldar playtesters gonna be like Edward Snowden fleeing to Russia to avoid all the hate. Super important life or death question. Lazel or Shadowheart? I've got no idea what either of those things are. Okay. Okay. Four games a week per person is 1 game a day and 1 day to do feedback reporting. If you're doing 1 game a day, why are you not doing the feedback reporting on the same day? Baldur's Gate 3. Okay, I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3. Should I play Starfield on stream next week? When did GW Dice go from 20 to 16? Very recently, to be fair. Very, very recently. But, yeah, like a couple months ago. It was like with the price increase. They just went, yeah, we're not gonna increase the price of the dice. We're just gonna put less in it. Shrinkflation. Shrinkflation. Well, 15, not 16. Yeah, fair. I watch you play Starfield, but FYI, there's a lot of shit to do. True. There's a World Eaters one. I think the World Eaters one was probably the newest one that did it. So that was like February. Anyway. Or it was Votans. That was October last year. Knights were 16. That's because they've got like 4 models that shoot 15 shots max. Starfield is installed and ready to play. So I do need to probably play Starfield. Let me find out if this source is real. Is this legit? There we go. I've done it. I'm doing my journalism. Okay. I literally replied to the pet message and said, "Is this legit?" I'm just picturing this sweatshop set up for game testers who didn't want to even leave 9th edition. Yeah, literally. They're all like play testing 10th and they're like, wait, 9th edition was alright actually. I have to get back to work. Popcorn, you're gonna miss the drama. Popcorn, you're gonna miss the drama. Don't go back to work. This is the best time. I've got a video in watch later. That means it's big. That means I've saved it. Oh my god, what's in my watch later? There's a lot of weird stuff in my watch later. That's quite funny. Shall I leak it? Shall I leak it? 10 members and I'll leak my watch later. Baldur's Gate 3 is far too thirsty for a morning stream, to be fair. People actually use watch later. Turns out I do. These are quite funny. I don't know why some of these are here. I don't know why some of those are actually there. Anyway, chat, it's time. It's time for drama. So, a video landed on my recommended doorstep. Okay. And it's pretty big. We love to cover a little bit of company drama, and it seems we have a little bit more. Because this video was released by the King of Average, which is known as... Let me hide that. Broken Anvil Miniatures was a scam, sad face. So the plan today is to find out why they were a scam. Let's get ready to rumble. Let's go, Mr. Teal. Thank you for the 3 months, brother. Thank you so much for the 3 months. So we're going to watch Broken Anvil Miniatures was a scam. And it's a 37-minute video. However, it's a good title. It's got 50,000 views. Well placed to pause. Me when there's good drama. This is juicy. I've already seen it. Well, I'm excited to watch it because I haven't actually seen it. I literally saved the video and it had like 5,000 views, I think. No, it's got 48,000. If you've all seen it, we can watch it, Rockstars. I'm having a great time already. So this is the plan. We're going to watch this. We're going to do the drama. Okay. I haven't seen it. Okay. So it's going to be live commentary. Is everybody ready? Is everybody ready?
Inform you of some bad news. I don't like making these videos, but I need to tell you about what's been going on with Broken Anvil Miniatures and Level 52. They're the same company. We'll get into all that. Just know that there's been a lot of lies that have been told, a lot of BS that's been told, and a lot of, I guess, is hiding facts from you guys and making sure that you guys are unaware of the true facts on how this company has driven itself into the ground because of its own bad decisions. We're going to be covering all of that.
So Broken Anvil Miniatures, a scam. Broken Anvil Miniatures made Rivenstone. Too quiet, I'll turn it up. Rivenstone. Let's have a look. Broken Anvil Miniatures. So this is the company in question. They make miniatures, tabletop miniatures like Dungeons and Dragons type miniatures and stuff, dungeon delvers, and then they make some larger ones as well. Lots of cool busts and stuff. Well, not cool because this company might be a scam. I've seen this guy. Isn't this the miniature that they made for Joe? Oh, what's his name? The actor who plays D&D. Oh, somebody will know. Somebody will know. Oh, what's his name? Will he actually say here? Joe, he literally says there, it says on screen, Dungeon Master Joe Manganellia. I got me just around, it's like, oh, I found it. Oh shit, how do you pronounce it again? Manganiello. Manganiello. Joe Mama. So Joe Mama, he plays D&D, and he had this miniature made of his character by a company that's a scam. Manganello, thanks, mate. Read it as an Italian. Manganello. Okay, I didn't realize that was the miniature. They made this miniature. So they made D&D shit, basically. And they made it for Joe Mama. So Joe Mama has had his miniature made by this company, but they're a big scam. So Rivenstone was fully funded in 4 hours and it still isn't out. Yikers.
And a lot more.
When did Rivenstone end? I suppose we'll find out.
More coming up right now. Okay, so as an FYI, disclaimer, of course, don't go, like, attacking people personally. I'm not going to be sharing any, like, addresses or anything like that here, though, through, like, the Better Business Bureau.
DDoS his account! I'm joking. Sorry. It was a sneeze, guys. DDoS my web server! It was meant to be delivered in June 2022! What the fuck? A year? Over a year! It was funded in 4 hours! Surely it was finished. Monkey D. Felix, thanks to the 3 months, brother. Okay, is this just about Rivenstone? Let's find out. I'm excited now.
Registration.
This is gossip.
You can get information. Just, be responsible for it. Report maybe if you want, but don't necessarily antagonize. And additionally, I have reached out to them. They have not responded to my email, but it's out there. And if they do end up responding, maybe after this video, I will let you guys know anything that they respond with. If they have more further comment on it. I did ask some direct questions around if they had comment on these specific things. And again, so far I have not heard back, but I did do some diligence in contacting them, trying to get their word on things before I make a video like this, because it is a fairly negative video. Now, I'm going to be covering their side of things too and what they say, but I'm going to also kind of be countering it with direct points that have been seen otherwise. Also know that they do have a Discord that's under lockdown, so I don't have access to that. I have an image of one of the responses on Discord, but that's all I have from that.
I just love it when people lock out of Discord and that's where they respond. I responded publicly. On Discord. That was private. The Dragonborn is cool, but it ain't nothing on the Loot Studios Goober Town Brents. Can you imagine a full D&D campaign where all the NPCs are creepy Brents? That would be pretty funny. And someone's going to voice them all? That would be hilarious.
That area. So that's kind of an enigma, though we'll talk about that as well. So without further ado, what is Broken Anvil Studio?
You know what I'll do? I'm going to put my headphones on.
This is Broken Anvil Studio Paint, though they have done several other things. So if you look here under how many they've created, they also did Forged. Remember, I covered this several times because they launched it 3 times, twice on Game Fest.
I've heard of all of these. I've definitely heard of Rivenstone because I remember, I think it was like Dana Howell did a video for it and stuff like that. Like no shit to any YouTuber that's covered them before this point, but after this point.
Found, they canceled it, and then once on Kickstarter, and they let it run through. Then they did the Broken Anvil Studio Paint. Before that, they did the Rivenstone. I remember covering this one also. And then the Dungeon Delvers way back in the day. And that didn't fund the first time, but did the second time they ran that. Now, that's under that. They also had, and what they started out with is a Patreon where they made...
This is how I know them. I know them as like a 3D printing company that like makes 3D printed miniatures. I saw quite a few YouTube pages who did Rivenstone videos. Yeah, Rivenstone was like super hype. I remember when I went to Games Expo, people were asking me to look at it as well. And I was just like, I don't even know what this game is. But yeah, like loads of people talking about it.
Miniatures, and you could subscribe to there was probably like $10 a month. I don't know, that's what the normal was. It's been too long since I've known, and they are off of Patreon now. You can see their little link here, but it doesn't actually lead to a shop page you can actually support. They got out of the STL business and decided to go into the miniature business, the physical business. And I remember covering this a while back because it was kind of an interesting move. They said because of like the rampant theft on STLs and stuff, because once you have an STL, you can just upload it and then anybody can have it, kind of like LimeWire as MP3s and stuff like that back in the day. So that was kind of their claim, but it was kind of weird because the profit margin is obviously a lot.
This guy made a reference to LimeWire, so this guy's based AF. I know LimeWire. I'm a boomer. Do you guys know LimeWire? If not, you're not a boomer. Help me back here. Don't want to get cancelled. Pre-scam video, you're all right. You should probably remove it. Post-scam video, yikers. It was quite funny. Like, it was quite funny because obviously I made the Green Stuff World drama videos, which did quite well. And then I'm not going to name who, but a famous painting YouTuber put a video saying, "Who wants us to review the Green Stuff World products?" after my video. And then all the comments were just like, no, this company's a scam. This company's not cool. Like, allegedly. They should have said allegedly. I'm repeating the comment. I'm not saying anything. And it was just quite funny. Just like, and then they were like, "What? Wait, why? What's happened?" And he's just like, "Bro, come on now. Literally one Google search. One Google search." They flew Miniac. Broken Anvil Miniatures flew Miniac and John, what's his face? John Ninjot's face. That's what his name is, actually. Out to their studio after Adepticon last year to do loads on their stuff. They splashed the cash. Yeah, so they had a huge marketing budget for this Rivenstone shit. Loved accidentally downloaded .mp3.exe from LimeWire. Great times. Do you know what I used? The biggest brain play using LimeWire to download LimeWire Pro. That was the biggest brain play. Because LimeWire Pro didn't have adverts. Okay? They didn't have like subscription services or anything back then. So you downloaded a new program. You downloaded LimeWire for free, watched the porn advert, and then you downloaded LimeWire Pro. Okay? Easy.
Different. Though we'll talk about their expenses as well. We got over some salaries and stuff. But so they did this, they did that. They also did a level 52 studio thing. Now this one was kind of weird. They did just these two like STLs that you could, well, not even STL, like a miniature that you could get, right? Or it was like a collectible thing for like $100. Like if you come here, it was like,
there was some sketchy comments on there about being blocked. But have they got a second company to make like fucking waifu models? Excuse me? Crazy.
$99, right? So it wasn't exactly
$99. Is it an STL? No, it's not. Okay.
Exactly cheap. So anyway, they were running two different companies kind of side by side, and they didn't really put a lot of focus on the fact that these were the same company doing these different things. Obviously, they knew about the Patreon. It was named after them, the Broken Anvil Miniatures, right? That was like the own thing. The Level 52 was kind of the separate thing, right? For a large part, when people were discussing it, they were talking about two different things. So with that, let's get into this. Now, I'm going to show their...
Right, guys, drama time. Is everyone ready? That was the intro. You know who Broken Anvil? Broken Scamville Miniatures. Some might call them. Not me, obviously. I would never call them that. Allegedly, I would never call them that. No, I would never call them that. Allegedly, they will be called Broken Scamville Miniatures, and I've been sat on that for 3 days, okay? Please laugh. I want a round of applause, please, for the love of God. Broken Scamville Miniatures. That's so funny. That's hilarious. Fuck's sake.
Update at the...
Why is no one laughing at my joke? Jesus.
...end, because we're going to get kind of all the information.
Just tagging along. What's the jar about? Broken Anvil Miniatures was a scam. That's all we know so far.
We can get.
Pixie, let's go! Let's go! Laughs in chat! Laughs in chat!
Outside of that, the counterpoints and all that. So when we read their update, which I will read, and I've already highlighted and stuff like that, I'll summarize it for you guys. We're going to kind of go point by point by point with this other information already there. as opposed to the opposite where we read theirs and then.
Oh no, Mikey! There was a second Broken Anvil video in November of last year. That's months after Rivenstone was meant to be released. Oh no, guys! Listen, I'm gonna make a video about Kirioth. Oh fuck. Kirioth TV kinda cringe. I'm making my video. This is my response. Kirioth TV kinda cringe. Worked with broken Scamville miniatures. Ooh. Take me out back. It's gonna be like fucking Of Mice and Men, you know? I'm like George. You're Lenny. You're playing with the rabbits. Awful. Awful. Get cancelled. Was it paid or did you do it for free? If you did it for free, that's worse. If you got paid, I'd be like, yeah, fair. If you did it for free? Oh no. Oh no. It was paid. All right, yeah, okay. Right, so that makes it worse in another way. If it was free, kind of cringe. If it's paid, oh man, you're just trying to cover up this company, clearly. Am I cancelling Kirioth? Kirioth cancelled themselves. Ooh. God, that's fine. It was before this video. It was before the Broken Scamville got their true name. Before they ripped off the mask. You'd be fine, Kirioth. Just private the video. I would. Anyway. Sorry, Kirioth. Listen, I don't make the rules. Okay? I don't make the rules. I just tell you the news. Alright. I should make that video today. I've been cancelled. Don't you steal my content. Don't you make a video about this. This is my video. I'm cancelling myself. Don't just say I cancelled you. It's fine. You can use this as a clip if you want. You can use this bit of me saying kind of cringe.
Then go point by point because there's a lot of different things that adds up to, and it's easier to tie back to that. That's why I'm organizing it that way.
I'll tell you let you know, we've been talking about this video for 15 minutes. I've watched 4 minutes. We have a lot to go through.
Okay, so we're going to start on this Daka post. If you know what Daka is, it's one of the largest forums. It might be the largest forums for like miniatures when it comes to like miniature games. Largest forum.
Bro, it's 2023. Who's using Daka? Who's using forums? It's 2023. Jesus. I was the boomer for talking about LimeWire, but this is even more boomer. People use forums? I made a forum in like 2017. I was like, this is a dead platform. What am I doing? Just Reddit. And does Reddit count as a forum? Maybe. Kinda. I don't know, man. Fucking forums, bro.
Wargaming, miniature painting, hobby stuff, right? Daka is a reference to orcs and Warhammer 40,000, which obviously is the biggest tabletop miniature game. So it's a big group of people that talk on here. And this was a Rivenstone Broken Anvil Games thread that eventually led to this. This is on like page 3 or whatever.
Ooh, the juice, the bin juice of Daka. I thought forum was just the shops on Division Street. To be fair, true. So everyone outside of Sheffield, the forum is like, it's like a bars and like loads of shops and stuff like that in there. Juice on page 3, exactly. Daka now. That's a name I've not heard in a long time. Modian is Daka.
This is by Broke Anvil, a fresh-faced new user. And he says, former Broken Anvil employee here to clarify some stuff. Obviously, this is a throwaway account, and you can't trust...
Former Anvil employee! Holy fuck.
An anonymous source, so believe me if you want or not. There are actually 2 people claiming to be former employees. I'll be covering kind of both of what they said. So this one, he said, there has been some discussion about Level 52 and Broken Anvil being separate. They aren't. They're the same thing and the same people working on both company projects. Level 52 is the original company that makes statues, and Broken Anvil is just a DBA under a different name.
What's a DBA? Bro, what's a DBA? Anyone? Rogue Anvil. Gone rogue. Former employee, get that entire 1 million views. This guy missed out. Yeah, I'm going to have former employee. I'm going to have former employee in the title. Throwaway account. The guy posted from an internet cafe. It says where he is. Throwaway, America.
Hellstorm was successfully funded, and we had every expectation of filling the Kickstarter, but due to the success, the company grew too big and was hemorrhaging money. This reminds me of what happened with Mythic Games. What happens with a lot of these companies where they suddenly get this big influx of Kickstarter money, which is different than like a Patreon money that comes in every month or whatever. You just get this big influx. Suddenly you have like $300,000 in your bank account. And you're like, oh my gosh, $300,000. And you start hiring people. You start getting an office or upgrading your office or getting new equipment, or you do all this stuff thinking you have all this money, not realizing that that's revenue, not profit, not realizing the actual expense of making something physical as opposed to STLs like what they were doing. So
I don't understand. A lot of companies do this. I don't understand why people don't think like I do. If I get loads of money and I owe someone something, I'm like terrified to spend it. You know, I'm running a tournament in like 2 months, okay? A month and a half even, right? And I've got like ticket revenue in the bank. And I'm like, can't spend that. What if I need to refund like 1,000 people? There's only 100 tickets sold. Get a ticket at Hellstormwargaming ticket in case at shop. But I'm just like, I'm just like terrified. I'm like, that money isn't mine, except for expenses for the actual event. Like, buying battle mats, I think that's okay to spend, but like I'm not just going out and like being like, oh, I'm just gonna hire someone with all this money. I'm just like shit scared. I'm like, what if all my terrain sets on fire and I need to buy more terrain? You know, as an example. You know, like I don't. I don't understand why other people, they're like, oh yeah, here's loads of money, I'm just going to spend it all. Like, no, you've got to make the thing, you know? Maybe hire someone to make the thing, but at least you're making the thing. But I'm just like, you know? I'm like, what if something bad happens and I need this, you know, this amount of money? I don't know how much it is now, but like, what if I need this amount of money to buy something for the event that people have bought? What if I get cancelled because I've worked with Broken Scamble Miniatures? I need to refund everybody. It's not my money. It's their money until the event, the event's done. And then I'm like, oh, I've got a bit of money now. That's cool. Just order more pizza boxes for today. Heard it here first. Mikey splurged on battle mats. Yeah, I did. Funny that, innit? I spent all my money on battle mats for terrain for the tournament I'm running. It's fucking crazy. Cancel me right now. And that's why you don't have a content sweatshop already. Logical, sensible decision. Such a boomer. I know. I'm taking the slow path, okay? I'd rather take the I've got terrain literally here. This is where the money's going, chat. Look at it. This is where the money's gone. That's all look at what I've spent all the tournament money on. Terrain for the tournament. Cancel me, please, okay? I'm already dead. I'm just such a boomer. But yeah, just like, I just don't understand. But, anyway, just don't get it. I'm taking the slow path. I'd like to take the high path, but the slow path seems more safe.
It's a very common thing for new companies to get this big influx of money and then not be able to budget that out or realize that, oh, that needs to survive me 3 years or something like that, right? There's a pledge manager too, and it's a little bit more gray than that, but that's generally something I see a lot of. Same goes for Patreon. We had 4 sculptors working on the Patreon and 3 engineers. They did pay decent, so at the end of the day, the Patreon was barely breaking even. I don't agree with the changes in direction it went. So I'm going to get into the actual how much they made here in a moment. That'll be the next tab I show you. So we'll get into that here shortly on like their expenses, and that's from the CEO of Broken Anvil saying it. So I believe it. So that's kind of where we'll get from that. The change in direction is exactly what I said. They were a Patreon STL miniature making company. All they did was sculpt digital files and then sell those digital files. And they went from that to now making actual like miniatures and board games and stuff like that. And it was a very distinct shift. They were one of the first to do that. And like I said, I remember covering it for you guys. And so not everybody obviously agreed with that change in direction, though I would imagine hindsight plays a little part into that. So
the thing is with that is that just like, to me, unless I'm missing something, that seems like the most logical step for like a 3D sculptor is to go, we're going to 3D sculpt, because the barrier to entry to like go from like someone who sculpts as a hobby to someone who does it as a job is very easy, because you just sculpt and then you sell the files because you just put them on a website that sells them, like My Manufacturer, or you do Patreon, or you do Cults 3D, or whatever. And then you can very easily go from somebody who enjoys designing miniatures to someone who's designing miniatures every month and getting paid a decent whack. A lot of the Patreons and My Manufacturer tribes and stuff like that are making a lot of money. And it kind, in my opinion, whilst that's great, it's also the logical step to go from making digital to making physical. Obviously, there's a lot to do between there, but not everybody has a 3D printer. Like, as much as 3D printer bros go, oh, it's a feature. Yeah, I got a 3D printer right there. Yeah, I am a 3D printer bro. You know, you cut my arm and I bleed resin. Okay, probably because I breathe too much in. But like not everybody has a 3D printer, and not everybody will have a 3D printer. Not for a long time. And it makes sense that that's like the direction the CEO or whoever would like to take the company. But also, there's very different from going from 3D designer to, you know, miniature manufacturer. That's very, very different, you know. Even going, like, the most logical step is going from a 3D printed sculptor to someone who sells 3D prints, you know. That's the logical step, because you already have a 3D printer because you're designing for it. But to go from that to, like, a PVC miniature designer or, like, hard plastic miniature designer, like, two different businesses, essentially. It's a big change to go from digital product to physical product. Yeah, 100%, you know. Yeah, it's 100%. It's obviously completely different. And, like, trying to make physical models is a lot more intensive because the design process is like, physical miniatures, you design a miniature. That's the first step. With 3D printing patrons, that's the first and last step, you know. You design it and then you upload it. Done. Maybe you'll put some supports on there. Whereas, obviously, there's so many other steps that are involved in, like, making a physical product. Like, designing it, you know, working out how you're going to produce it. Like, what sort of method are you going to produce it? Is it going to be PVC? Is it going to be spin cast? Is it going to be poured? Is it going to be resin? Is it going to be metal? You know? And then it's like, how do we cut that miniature so we can actually manufacture it? And then we got to package it. And then we're going to do this and that. And then we're going to ship it. And then we're going to get these materials and this and this and this. And there's so much more in there. It makes a logical sense to go from Patreon to physical. But, like, the gap between is huge, you know? Going from digital design and a very, very successful Kickstarter means you don't have time to learn how to make it before going to scale. Literally, mate.
Due to the company losing money, Rivenstone money was diverted to other projects to try and make more money that way. Again, this should sound familiar. That's where Forged came in. If you remember, Forged was kind of their big one where they launched it several times. This one right here. So there's a whole bunch of miniatures. The genius of Chris is the CEO of the two companies, thought Forged would be a giant success like Reaper Bones. Again, we'll cover that actually. And we'd have...
Hello? 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 Am I back? Someone DDoS him. I got DDoSed. I got DDoSed. Hello? Hello, everyone. Am I back? I think I'm back. So my computer froze. GW Mafia. This isn't the GW Mafia. The Anvil. It was like, it was very Roadrunner and Coyote Ugly. Not Coyote, Coyote Roadrunner. Getting the anvil dropped on the head, you know? Anyway, you just missed the best bit. You just missed the best bit, guys. Okay. I'll rewatch it. I don't know how. I've just skipped back a little bit. You missed the best bit. So sorry.
Jeff, they were one of the first to do that. And like I said, I remember covering it for you guys. And so not everybody obviously agreed with that change in direction. Though
I am going to have to fake react though, okay? Just beware.
I would imagine hindsight plays a little part into that. So, due to the company losing money, Rivenstone money was diverted to other projects to try and make more money that way. Again, this should sound familiar. That's where Forged came in. If you remember, Forged was kind of their big one where they launched it several times. This one right here. So there's a whole bunch of miniatures. The genius of Chris is the CEO of the two companies, thought Forged would be a giant success like Reaper Bones. Again, we'll cover that actually. And we'd have so much money that we could fulfill Rivenstone and Forged easily. So they're saying, hey, we're going to launch this Kickstarter, make so much money that we'll be able to deliver our old stuff as well. Again, you guys know how this works. You guys know it eventually ends in this always. It's just a matter of when.
Chris, the genius of Chris CEO really went, you know how we can make this company work? Essentially a Ponzi scheme. What we do is to take the money from the new one and pay the old one. That is 101 Ponzi scheme. He was just like, you know what? Those businesses always do so well, so I'll do the same thing. I'll do that. You know, Ponzi scheme, you get people in, you get them to buy in, you promise like unnatural, crazy returns, and then you get new people in, they buy in, and you use the new buy-ins to pay the old people. It's like a Ponzi scheme. It's not. I'm not saying they are a Ponzi scheme. Allegedly, the company ideology was like, we could do it like they do, but it's not really Ponzi. It's not illegal what he's doing. It's just dumb. But yeah, he really went. Those Ponzi schemes always do so well. Why don't we try and do something similar? Well, it's a good job Broken Anvil are the only business that uses Kickstarter money that way. Hey, can't share. It's really easy to sign up for a Daka account, by the way. Just I'll let you know that, just in case. Anyway.
Right? It's bound to happen at some point. You're going to
like, it's like, yeah, we're going to make so much money. Like, bro, nothing you do is guaranteed anything, okay? I am not a businessman. I'm an idiot with a YouTube channel that seems to be like scraping by, okay? But nothing you do, you can go, you know what, that's going to make bajillion dollars, okay? You can't do that, you know? You can think it might be successful. You'd be like, I'm pretty sure this project's going to be successful. But you can't be like, this is going to make a bajillion dollars to pay for this and another one.
mess up. You're going to trip. You're not going to make as much as you thought. And then once you do that, it all comes collapsing down. It's what happens with Peterson Games. It's what's happened with Broken Anvil.
It's like when the Ponzi schemes can't pay returns, okay? Like, similar to... It's like when they can't pay returns because and then they can't get the new people in, and then it all falls apart. Okay, all I'm saying is, Broken Anvil internal pyramid scheme, potentially, allegedly. Some could say, not me. Chat could say. Chat said it, and I'm just an idiot who reads. Okay, and I can't even read half the time. It's not a Ponzi scheme. But it's like functionally so funny, so similar. It's so similar. Oh, man.
According to this past employee. That didn't happen, obviously. Forge started funding twice on BackerKit and didn't take off as quickly as Chris hoped, so he went to Kickstarter. It funded, but didn't make nearly enough to even fund its own production.
Imagine being that dumb! Imagine being that dumb! Oh no. It didn't take off quickly twice, so he launched it for a third time, and he still didn't make enough money to even start. Wait, Mikey, I'm confused. But it's a surefire winner. The money was never going to come in. I didn't see what the problem... And now they've got two projects that don't have enough money to fund. So what do? Launch a third one. Get Joe Mama, make Joe Mama's miniature, and then that probably makes some money. I think that's what's going to happen. That's my thoughts, my guess.
So, in other words, they ran it twice and they canceled it twice. I remember covering this because I remember talking about how even with the shift to Kickstarter, you can only show somebody something new once. So the moment you've seen it a third time, it's not really new. It doesn't really get you excited. I was worried they weren't going to make enough. Now, they ended up running it there and to completion, but as this person's saying, it seems like they knew going into it and ending it that wasn't enough to even pay for itself.
Quite literally, yeah. It's like a lot of what drives people to like Kickstarters and campaigns and stuff like that is FOMO, okay? Fear of missing out. You can't... that's like 99% of like how people like, or how I don't know the maths to it. Someone in chat probably does understand this a lot more than I do. But from my understanding and why I back Kickstarters, it's because I want the thing, you know? And I don't want to miss out on the thing. And it's got Kickstarter goals. And I'm like, they're exclusive. I need them too. And it's just all like, fear of missing out, okay? And I backed a bunch of Kickstarters in the past. And I've pretty much always got them. I'm waiting on one more. But that's not delayed. It's due next year. But the reason I back them rather than just wait for it is because I want it early and I want all the cool shit that comes with it. But you can't just go, here it is, and then people go, oh my god, it's great, and then not make enough money to launch it again because it's like, and then launch it again on a different platform because where's the fear of missing out? You're shoving it down my throat, you know? You're holding onto my dick and like, please please take it from me. And I'm like, no, go away. I've seen it 3 times. I don't want it. Stop trying to put it down in my mouth, you know? Wait, does this mean people who are sponsored to advertise are basically paid direct from all crowdfunding? Anime man. You know? Where else are they getting the money to promote Forged? To make bajillions dollars, like 3 bajillions, then the whole Rivenstone Kickstarter that's over a year late because they spent all the money on Forge, which is going to make double monies. Okay. I only ever backed 2 Kickstarters and both of them went under. That is pretty cringe. That sucks, man. I'm sorry. You know what? I remember them reworking the Forge campaign because the feedback they got was it was too repetitive in terms of sculpts. Oh dear. They get the money from the local game stores, Rivenstone. So are they selling it at local game stores? Or you mean in the future they will? So basically I got paid from the same pot twice for 2 different products. I ain't saying anything, but I'll just say all the fingers are pointing to that. All the fingers looking kind of weird.
However, it doesn't seem like they were trying to pay for it. They were trying to pay for their old stuff, remember? I can tell you for a fact that absolutely nothing has been done on that product since the campaign ended, besides the STLs, but those were already made since they were all Patreon rewards anyway. That money is gone and spent and is never being made. Everyone in the office was excited about them. They were really great.
Oh no! I need to look at this Kickstarter now. Are they saying there's $0 left? Out of the bajillion of dollars they were going to make, there's 0 left? It was funded in 4 hours and they spent it in 3. Oh no, pre-order now. No, please. Updates. When's the last update? April. What? It is due. It is due 3 months ago. Why is this phase 1 not finished? All the sculpts are forged. I think he meant the sculpts for Rivenstone, but maybe. Oh, they've got a fully illustrated rule book. No, they've run out of money, so they're trying to sell more. Have you got a friend who didn't want it then? Shove it down their throat for me. No. They're trying to get more people in the Ponzi scheme. It's a Ponzi scheme. Oh no! They're trying to get new people in on the ground floor to pay back the people who invested early. Oh no! It's a makeshift Ponzi scheme. Oh no! Oh no! All updates. Oh, is that the pinned one? That's the pinned update. Okay, they are keeping people up to date. Gotta love the pyramid. There's a big pyramid here, brother. Okay. There's just lots of things. I don't see any miniatures, bruh. Oh, there's 348 Dragoon. Look at those mold lines. What the fuck? Are they not PVC? Are they spin cast? Guys, we're really making it look. We're really making it look. Oh my goodness. Like, fair, they are making it. Good start. Did they say anything? Or is it just 100,000 images of, like, guys who are actually making it with not a scam promise? Please, there should be a refund. It looks like very little progress has been made in the last 10 months. I'm glad Rivenstone is progressing. Apparently a little fueled by passive aggressiveness, but instead you're taking a lot of flack. When did this video come out? 8 days ago. Okay, so they responded to this video, essentially. They did agree stuff well. They didn't think about the response. What they did was got angry and posted their response. They just went, here's 9,000 images. We are definitely making it. We have at least 20 of the backers sorted. Forge is not dead, just delayed, because they're still making the one from 10 months ago, and they didn't make $1 bajillion. Okay. I like it. Just like, here's them. This is how we're getting back on side. We'll post 9 million pictures of 20 models in a box. We should look at this after. Because it's clearly a response. Anyway, pyramid scheme.
Great. I was super hopeful that these would actually be made.
Did they post a man of fondling polystyrene? Won't believe them until I see that. Images of that Spanish grease of World Factory. Why are they like this? Why are they all like this? Just like go on the internet for more than 5 seconds, learn how to function on there, and then just come out with a really great response. Be like, hey guys, look at it. Like, do a little video. Like, look, this is how we're making the miniatures. Not 9 million pictures. Jesus. Anyway.
Because all of the work was done beforehand, and all Chris needed to do to fulfill the Kickstarter, that's KS, it's just abbreviated and it's the highlight breaks it, was to email the company in China and tell them to make the product and send it to us. We had enough for the KS to make them, but again, Chris used that money to delay the inevitable bankruptcy of his company, so I don't think they're ever getting made, which is a real shame. In other words, he made the money off that, but then diverted it to try and fill the other stuff, which still hasn't been filled. So it didn't even work. But they also didn't make the Kickstarter paint stuff now, and obviously that funding is now gone.
They haven't made the paints? Oh, mate. Has this company ever fulfilled a Kickstarter? They've done the paints after this one, after Forged. What? Oh my god. Have they ever fulfilled it? Oh my god. What do you think you need to sell paint? So wait on bottle production. When did this fucking end? You don't have a bottle? When did it end? You made 150k and you don't have a bottle. There's bottles right there. Oh, they're photoshopped. Okay. Last update. When did it end, though? Oh, my God. Painting little pyramid-shaped bottles.
And almost everyone else there was laid off in May. So this was a while back, right? And they did kind of communicate that. For months before that, there has been absolutely zero work done on any projects except for new ones that could bring in new money. Now, I've seen this happen before in many Kickstarters. I know you guys have too, where suddenly you only work on what can bring you in stuff. It's like what happened with a lot of the really delayed games that we see. For instance, you see that often with something like Storm Thunder, where or Dawn of Madness even, right? Where you have all the stuff and all you have to do is like sit there and write it or sit there and make it. But instead it's doing this project and this project and this project and this project and this over here and this over here. Or Kingdom Death Monster was like this too, where all you had to do was sit there and make the gambler's chest. But instead of spending 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week on that, you're busy making this many, this many, and this many, and this many, and this many, because those bring you in money, and you're trying to do that to keep it afloat so you can on the side part-time work on the stuff you actually promised before. That's what happens when a company gets to a point like that. They have to focus on just what brings them in money. And this happens in businesses across, outside of even crowdfunded, right? All the free-to-play mobile games, all the free-to-play games you get often are like this, or even live service games where you could just make more content, but why do that when you can sell another costume? So you make another costume or another character, and that's making this, making that, making that.
I don't know if that's the same.
Meanwhile, the bugs don't get fixed. Meanwhile, new content doesn't actually get made. Instead, it's just what people can buy, and that's the focus of the company. It happens all the time, and eventually, most of these companies run themselves into the ground and then make something else until eventually they can't do that anymore. They ride out their golden parachutes and they go do something else. That's typically how this works. You see it happen across many entertainment industries.
I don't know if it's the same for like mobile games with this reference, but definitely for crowdfunding. I think the problem with like the good and bad thing about crowdfunding is that like the whole point of like Kickstarter and all of these companies that do it, like I can't think of anything on top of my head, but like Kickstarter and similar, is the whole point of it is like I have an idea, like me, Buggins, right here. I've got a cool idea. I don't have the money to do that. So here's an idea. Is anyone interested? And we'll crowdfund the start of it. And the reason it's called the Kickstarter is because it's to kickstart a company or to kickstart a project of like a company that can't afford to start that project, wants to, gets ideas from people and gets like the general interest from people and then pushes it through. And then they get it because they funded it, because they're the backers. They're the people who invest in the project. Whereas companies now just use Kickstarter to essentially skip all of the costs of like making a product that they can definitely afford, to just go, okay, here we go. We've got another cool idea. We're just going to pump it out. Okay. And we're going to use this as essentially a pre-order system, which is, in my opinion, I'm not a huge fan of. It's not illegal, so I can kind of look by it, but I'm also not a huge fan of it. You know? It'd be like, I'm a well-established company with lots of money in my bank, and rather than just like making a product and put it on the shelf, I'm going to create FOMO, and then I'm going to like get all the money early. And I think the problem is with like this company is like, and like a lot of people, like we spoke about earlier about like me being terrified of spending any money until the project's done, is like they get the money and they've not had like the sleepless nights of trying to design something and like breaking the bank to get some prototypes made, because they're doing it all early. They're doing it all first. And they're getting like the dopamine hit of getting the money in their bank early, because it's like, here's an idea, here's the money, you know, here's the money. Hello, hooray. All right, cool. I've already got the money for this idea I had. I liked getting the money, so what I'm going to do is find another way to get more money. Rather than being like, I've got the money, now be terrified in case it goes bad, and you just cancel. I don't think you should be able to make a Kickstarter until one's finished. You know, one's finished. But like, it's just the dopamine hit of getting the money, but never actually having to spend hardly any of it, because all they do is spend it on marketing. Sorry, Kirioff. Appreciate you. Spend it on the marketing, spend it on the artwork, and spend a little bit on like promoting it, and then they get all the money from making it and selling it straight away in one big paycheck, rather than like, I'm selling a copy now and selling a copy now. Like Steamforged games with their board games. You know what? Yeah, I've said about, I've obviously worked with Steamforged games in the past, and I do like the products they make. But I do always say, I don't think they need to use Kickstarter, because I don't think they need to. They're a big enough company to take it on the chin and probably make just as much money not using Kickstarter. But by using Kickstarter, they create FOMO and probably make more money, and that's why they do it. You know, it's not illegal. And so far as I'm aware, Steamforge haven't fucked up, and that's one Kickstarter I'm waiting on. Like, I'm waiting on the Elden Ring one because I'm a numpty. But like, yeah, like they're a company that don't need to use it, but they've just signed a 5-year deal or something with Kickstarter, so they're probably going to get higher rates or better rates with them. So yeah, I really like the company. I think they've got some problems. Nothing what they do is illegal or scummy. I just think they just don't need to. But anyway, let's keep going.
So they're only working on new stuff, anything that can make them money now. I was told directly that Rivenstone was on the back burner and didn't matter because, again, it's not a money maker, it's now a cost, right? It's not a revenue center, it's a cost center, right? Now suddenly that is just a money pit where they're not making any money. Any money spent on there is lost to them, essentially. The infographics shown on the Kickstarter, like the monthly updates and stuff showing progress, are completely made up. This is something I imagine a lot of you feel are true, especially when it's like, how do you determine 93% to 97%? Well, it's just a number, and they increment it every little bit on the month, so you seem like you're making progress. If there's not data to back it behind, you should be kind of cautious about these numbers, because often they don't make sense anyway. It's just a pretty graphic to show backers. Okay, so moving on from that...
it's a way of companies migrating the risk of developing something new from themselves onto prospective customers. Yeah, exactly. Exactly that DN stuff. It's just like there is no risk for them, really. They spend very minimal amounts, just the marketing, and then... I'm going to sneeze. Sorry about that. They spend only the budget on marketing, which they're going to have to spend anyway, but then hardly anything on the production, hardly anything on packaging, hardly anything on shipping. It's all digital, which is cheap because you haven't actually done it. You've just made digital versions. And then maybe you've printed a few out, been down to your local printer, got some cards printed and made up. And then you can just start selling it and make all the bajillions of dollars. So...
As for the acquisition or merger or whatever Chris wants to call it, we'll get into that, of course. It's been dead for months now. We'll get into that, definitely. And he's been talking about it like it's in the process of happening as a way to delay. The company is dead and everyone's money is long gone, but Chris is too narcissistic to rip off the Band-Aid and tell everyone it's all over. I love everyone I worked with there, besides Chris and Hannah. Obviously, Hannah is Chris's partner. We'll get more into what they're...
As you know, Point East was in talks to acquire Level 52. Chris will become their sales guy, like some of you saw his LinkedIn before he made his profile private. And they gut the company and use it for its contracts and business partnerships with companies to produce statues. They didn't want Broken Anvil, but Chris was pushing them to keep it alive. Point East is a smart company, so when doing their due diligence, when he talked with buying L52, they discovered all the shady business practices Chris and Hannah were up to, and they saw the financials of just how much we were losing money. They backed out quick after that. I don't blame them at all, since there have been 2 people working at the company, and one of them is just part-time. Chris hasn't been in the office weeks, and Hannah has been working for family in another state. The company's dead, but Chris is too narcissistic. We had so much wasted talent there, and it kills all of us who loved working on minis games because we could have had something great, but it was killed by leadership who don't know the first thing about business or minis industry. I love everyone who worked there beside Chris and Hannah, and we are heartbroken about it all as much as everyone. The only solace I get from this experience is knowing that Chris and Hannah's reputations are ruined. They are hopefully never be able to scam anyone in this industry and hobby again. Brutal.
They're doing in a little bit as well. We hate your guts, Chris. Sincerely, everyone who has ever worked for you.
The sign-off!
Definitely some strong words. Definitely not a nice way to kind of part. It's and honestly, this does say a little bit, right? You can let go of people because of a bad situation and have them not be upset at you. If you were trying your hardest and they understand and they saw how you worked and how you acted and what happened and stuff like that, and you listened to them and all that kind of stuff, and you can be very friendly with each other, right? It doesn't have to be something where it's like, I hate your guts. To get to that hate your guts part, there's obviously some kind of issue there. Now, whether it's exactly this, whether it's something else, and we'll hear both sides, and we can only make the judge. But I will say, in general, you don't get this kind of response by doing great work and working with people in a great way. Often, if you have that kind of relationship, even if business goes south, which it can happen, business is business after all, and it can happen. But if that happens and you part ways and you've done a really good job, you're not going to get stuff like that. In fact, you'll get defenses like, hey, no, he tried. He did really good. He did everything right. Guys, don't be mean to Chris, right? But obviously, We're not getting that. We're getting, we hate your guts, Chris. So there's obviously some issue there.
The thing is with it is one thing I've never considered is with like all these like companies that just like scam like customers and stuff, or like just fuck up. Obviously, you never really consider like how the employees feel, because like this is obviously someone who is and really really annoyed that they were part of a company that is like fucked up so bad. They're like pissed. They're like viscerally pissed off that this company fucked up so bad that like they're like it's the company's scamming everybody. It's something that I'd never really like properly like considered is like how do the employees feel about how the company is super shady. So I just checked level 52 and the last update was October 2022 and there are absolutely no products in stock, so that's easily verified. Company's dead in the water. If it's the same company, which allegedly it is, then yeah, it's not looking very good. Not looking very good at all.
Now, moving on, there's another user here, Tinted Brush, that talks about it as well. They said the biggest crock of gack he's saying is how they never took paychecks. Again, we'll get into that comment as well, because I'll show you where he says that. Chris is one of the most wasteful spenders I've ever met in my life. DoorDash 3 meals or more a day, every new video game, every DLC played once, random board game purchases he would never play. Look, this is getting a little personal for me here. Miniatures he would never paint. Look, I am seen and I understand. When the company was failing before the layoff, he was bragging about wanting to buy a new car. And as they went on vacation, he is truly a huge POS, and I hope bankruptcy forces him to stop pretending to be a millionaire with what he told us he had all the time, in quotes, adult money. Now, I joke about the buying board games, stuff like that, but I have had issues where there was a time period, you guys may not even be aware on the channel, but I was out of work for 4 months. I was laid off with a massive layoff, 19,000 other people. There was a huge layoff in a big company. And so my whole team was let go, and suddenly I didn't have a job, and the job market here in Little Idaho was flooded, and it took a while to get a new job. And you know what I did? I stopped buying stuff. I didn't buy board games. I survived off Patreon. You guys, that was the first time I was fully reliant on Patreon to run this channel.
Damn, don't have money, stop spending it. Crazy. Maybe this Chris guy should listen to this man. You know? Maybe this Chris CEO of Broken Scamble Miniatures should listen to this man. If you don't have money, stop spending. Maybe. That's a crazy concept. I never considered that at all. And also, I'm really sarcastic. How do you get another job after being part of something like that? Yeah, exactly. It must be really bad. Absolutely sucks for the staff. They're all doing their jobs and the boss is mismanaging it into the ground and they have to watch it happen. Yeah, exactly. Because like they're obviously designing something that they're like super passionate about, designing these cool games, these cool universes. And then the boss is just like, you know what? I win my new car. He's like, oh, have we fulfilled this project then? He's like, no. He's like, yeah, I'm going to buy a new car. And it's like, right. Cool. What did Chris? How you doing, buddy? Stop asking for the impossible. I'm sorry. I know. I'm always asking for the impossible of like not spending money when you don't have it.
Because I wasn't getting it any other way. So like when push comes to shove, if you're busy with a company that's failing, yeah, you're not buying that stuff, or at least you shouldn't be. There was definitely no DoorDash. There was no eating out, right? There was a strict budget that we sat with. And so you do what you got to do. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Anyway, I can't afford to buy miniatures, guys, so this member goal is looking mighty empty, and so is my DoorDash order right now. So if you want to become a member, you can be a member for as little as £1.99 a month and support the channel. If you're already a member, you can let someone else become a member by gifting a membership and letting them become a freeloader, which means you can join our Discord, which you can join !Discord in chat. It's free to join, but if you are a member, it's way better, it's way cooler, and you support me. If you can't do any of those, you can super chat if you really want to, or you can like the stream and share it with your friends. Look at that. Oh man, my DoorDash looking mighty empty because I'm really poor, because this member bar is so empty and so cringe. Okay, you didn't like it when we sent you food. I prefer to order my own food, Steve. Okay. Boomer question, what the fuck is DoorDash? DoorDash is an American Uber Eats, essentially. So DoorDash is like like Uber, yeah, like Uber Eats, where it's like coffee shops and stuff like that. They'll do most places, and they'll just go in and order it for you, and then deliver it to your house. So anyway, become a member, £1.99 a month, really cool. But yeah, it's not a Boomer question; it's just an American company. That's all. Uber Eats is also technically American. Yeah, but we have Uber Eats, Kirioff. Don't do that to me. Don't actually me. Don't actually me. DoorDash is an American thing. Uber Eats copied DoorDash. That's fine. That's fine. I'm getting actually by a guy promoting Scamville miniatures, bro. Bro, Kirioff, sit down. Sit down, Kirioff. You got nothing. You're powerless here. You're like Gandalf, and I'm like the old guy in the chair, you know? People are going to hate me for that. People are going to hate me for that reference. I'm the old guy in the chair. Not the King of Gondor or anything like that, you know, whatever.
I'm saying with that. Okay, so moving on a little bit here, we have Tinted Brush again saying everyone is on a new project now. I just want to let you guys know that the people that were laid off, that kind of helps kind of capstone them. They all have other work. They're doing their talented work elsewhere. Because as you saw, they made some really cool looking minis, right? They look like they did a good job.
They made some really cool miniatures because we're yet to see them.
Anvil was huge in Patreon, one of the largest. They were doing fantastic. So it's great to see that the talented artists are busy working elsewhere. That's great to hear. Really glad to hear that.
I want to see the Patreon, actually. Broken Anvil Patreon. Is it still Patreon or is it all my mini factory now? I really hope you guys don't F us all who believed in your Kickstarters. Excellent. Where's the... Who follows them? Oh dear. Cancel all these people. Sorry, Adrian. Love you, man. But no. Oh, Dana Howell. Cancelled. Oof. Scale 75. Cancelled. Castlebrush. Cancelled. Oh, man. That so sucks to see. Everyone get cancelled these days. Hey, Saltizer. Thanks so much for becoming a member, brother. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Oh, they don't have... Do they not have Patreon? Isn't that where they started? Did they just stop doing it? Oh, it's all on my mini factory now. Ah, look. Oh, no. But Scott, cancelled again. Cancelled again. Promoting Broken Anvil. And Hell as well. Cancelled. Ninjon, cancelled. Sorry, guys. Unsubscribe. Unsubscribe from these people. Don't really. I'm joking. It's a joke. It's a meme. Tribes? Do they have tribes? No? Do they just sell them now? I don't think they have tribes anymore, which is like Patreon, essentially. Bruh. It says Patreon there. Did we find it? Oh. I thought you get the ball rolling after your segue earlier. Look at this nice little red bar. They could be full red bar if you want to help by donating a membership or becoming a member. That'd be really cool. What's the controversy that I missed? Did these people eat at Taco Bell while watching Line of Tech Teach? It's hard to follow the running theme of Wednesday streams. It's the news! That's the whole point! That's the whole point, Steve. It's the news. It's whatever's happening this week. God, stop trying to pigeonhole me. Stop trying to pigeonhole me. I don't have to just cover people with miniatures. Yeah, I'm covering people with miniatures right now. But if I want to talk about Taco Bell, I'm going to talk about Taco Bell, okay? I'm going to talk about Line of Tech Tips. I'll talk about Line of Tech Tips. Don't pigeonhole me into your bullshit. Okay? Ginger Steve, Brian Broken Arm Miniatures, made a Ponzi scheme, essentially, with Kickstarters. And also, Mercenary Q, thank you so much for that gifted membership. Chris Frozin, welcome to the freeloaders. Make sure you say thank you to Mercenary Q. That'd be super cool of you, because you're a freeloader now, okay? You get it free. Get in our Discord, especially with Discord in chat.
Member.
The video said Patreon was closed down. Okay. Well, it's definitely closed down. I checked. I did mention due
Okay, and then a
diligence.
few other ones here. This is from Darzan. He says, so I feel like I'm the one who started the spiral on the Forged Mini collection. I was kicked out for asking questions about the production. People actually messaged me after I removed and banned from the Discord about what I said because they were looking for refunds. The moment Chris wouldn't answer questions is when I knew this campaign was dead. If all you do is tell people that you have no news about fixing the poses on minis, that says a lot. Anyway, this was a post that got me banned, and there obviously is a reason. I'm going to go ahead and let you guys read this. By all means, read it. You can pause the video if you want. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Just obviously, he's not asking anything out of the ordinary, and it's actually quite respectful. Now, is that a direct quote? We just have to believe him because obviously it was deleted. But he's saying, I posted that, and instead of answering my questions, they actually force refunded me, so I was kicked out, so I couldn't contact anyone else. Respectful. Now,
here are some questions I would like addressed. When do you expect your mergers to go through? What happens to these projects if the merger doesn't complete? When did you start laying people off, and why didn't you inform people about that when Kickstarter began? Why didn't you tell us about them when you informed Rivenstone about them? Why did you start 2 extra Kickstarters if the first one already had issues? What is your plan to reconcile the Kickstarter if the merger/money doesn't happen? Are you just going to throw STL files at us and say good enough? Will there be an option to get the STL files and refund the difference? Where in the manufacturing stage are you? Are you still fixing the models, or have molds that have been made, or still red wax models? What percentage of the issues are fixed currently? Oof. Oh. But yeah, there's one person definitely just started it. But yeah, it sounds like forced through Kickstarters to make bajillion dollars. They don't make bajillion dollars. So then he's like, well, let's make a new Kickstarter using Joe Manganiello, the very famous man, for a free promo. Let's make his character, which is a very cool miniature. Clearly the sculptors are very talented, you know. And then they'll do that, and that will make money, but not enough to cover the first 2 Kickstarters. So then Chris, the CEO, allegedly was like, you know what? I'll sell the company to get bajillion dollars, and then that will cover it, and then it's not my problem. And then that didn't happen because they were like, this company needs a bajillion dollars, so it's not worth anything. Fair play to them. If I was running a Ponzi scheme, I'd have kicked these guys out too. I bet he got kicked for sending each question in a separate message. Probably that's why he got kicked. It was because it was in a separate message. If it was all one message, it would have been fine.
Center, right? Now suddenly that is just a money pit where they're not making any money. Any money spent on there is lost to them, essentially. The infographics shown on the Kickstarter, like the monthly updates and stuff showing progress, are completely made up. This is something I imagine a lot of you feel are true.
Wait, have I clicked back by accident? I think I might have. Sorry. Where's Darzan?
To rip off the Band-Aid and tell everyone it's all over, and they understand, and this is business after all, and it can happen. He's saying is how they never took paychecks. Again, we'll get into that bankruptcy for. And so busy with the company that's failing, yeah, you're not buying that stuff, or at least you shouldn't be. There was definitely no DoorDash. There was no eating out, right? There was a fantastic.
Definitely see
so
this
it's great
bit.
to see that
Sorry.
the talented artists are busy working elsewhere. Fixing the poses on minis, that says a lot. Anyway, this was a post that got me banned, and there obviously is a reason. I'm going to go ahead and let you guys read this. By all means, read it. You can pause the video if you want. The thread gets instant claiming the same thing. There might be some truth. We just have to believe him because obviously it was deleted. But he's saying, I posted that, and instead of answering my questions, they actually force refunded me, so I was kicked out, so I couldn't contact anyone else. And actually, he's not the only one that claims to see there. And typically, if it's more than one person claiming the same thing, there might be some truth behind it. So I'm lending a little bit more credence to that because of that, because he's not the only one saying here. This person said, I'm right here with you, forced refund for +1ing your posts and linking this DACA thread. Anyone who links the thread gets instant refunded.
That's how they get the money back. Just post a thread and then they get refunded. Easy as that. That's how. That's the secret. It's like the Konami code of getting a refund. Just post a thread. Just post a website to a forum in 2023 and you get a refund. Easy clap. Easy clap. Victor Egan, thank you so much for becoming a member. Not sure why the alert hasn't shown up. My stream just like cocked up there a minute ago. But thank you so much for becoming a member. Really appreciate it. That's really kind of you. Thanks to everyone who's become a member so far. We've got 3. We only got 7 to go. Is that how we get our gifted membership back? Listen, this ain't a Ponzi scheme. It's a pyramid scheme. But the pyramid's upside down. And I'm at the bottom, and I'm getting crushed, and I want to die. Unrealistic gamers ruined perfectly functioning Ponzi scheme that had volunteers making models due to ridiculous expectations of getting something for their money, having DoorDash Taco Bell. Mate, this is so funny. This is so bad.
So if you want a refund, that might be a way, though I think it's too late even for that. We'll talk about that very shortly. All right, and then down here,
it's end off the Konami code, lads.
Last thing we're going to cover here is Darzan again saying, I love how this guy is like, and this is in reference to the update we're about to look at. We are going to make this right, so we have, but also, we are going to make this right. Also, we have no money. Now, that's not a literal quote. That's a air quotes thing. Then, instead of asking questions and keeping the Discord locked, and then, instead of asking questions, is keeping his Discord locked and ran away from the Kickstarter. We'll show how he kind of ran away from it in a moment as well.
Imagine locking your Kickstarter. That's so bad. Chris, the CEO, look at him. Look at his face. He looks like he wants to be the Arctic Monkeys. Maybe he thinks he is an Arctic Monkey. Maybe he thinks he is an Arctic Monkey because he's got all this money that he stole. Look at him. Allegedly stole. Look at him.
So here is a post from Chris. This is, again, the guy in charge of the company. This is on that Discord.
What have you missed? Right, okay. Quick rundown for those of you just tuning in, okay? Broken Anvil Miniatures make Rivenstone, the Kickstart from last year that all the YouTubers were promoting. It was supposed to be delivered in June of 2022. It's now 2023 and September, which is very much not June 2022. And there's like loads of other games. They made this Kickstarter. Nothing happened. They made another Kickstarter. Then they made another Kickstarter. And a former employee was basically saying they were trying to pump out Kickstarters to pay for the first one because they splurged all the money on Taco Bell and DoorDash. From what I've seen so far, this guy's run a very successful Ponzi scheme and funded cards and numerous Taco Bell DoorDashers. He should start an online course. Quite literally, this is how he'll be rewarded. He'll be the next Andrew Tate selling academies, you know, selling coaching services about how to start Kickstarters and con people. Allegedly, obviously. And the most embarrassing bit is that Mikey did 2 sponsored videos for them. Can you believe it? I did 0! I did 0! 0! Because they didn't contact me. I would have. Can you imagine how funny this would be if I'd promoted them? That'd be even worse. But I didn't promote them because clearly I knew this was coming. Clearly. Also, they didn't contact me or they didn't make me offer. I knew this was coming. I knew, unlike all those silly other YouTubers who promoted them, looking at no one. Looking at no one. Oh, dear.
Discord that, again, I do not have access to, so I haven't...
Good thing no one here made any videos on them. I agree. Good job no one here promoted them. Get me off getting fucking slated.
Seen anything else besides this. We see this posted around 8:20. It says, no, I don't even know where to start. So let's start from the top of the post from the bottom. This post, I believe, is in reference to this right here. This was also written on 8:20, so it's like a direct response to this post. So somebody linked to it, and he responded saying this.
He waited an hour to respond. That is not long enough, okay? Listen, we do this all the time. I watch so many YouTube apologies. You wait a week and you either don't address it or you go, my bad, I'll get it sorted. And that's all you have to say. That's all you have to say.
Yep, Level 52 is a parent company. True, no denying that. So apparently, of course it is. You know, we just had 2 different companies running at the same time and didn't really talk about them in the same breath. But, you know, anytime these companies start making all these other companies, it always makes me a little sus. Like, why can't, like, you would think building brand is good. So to start changing the companies and releasing some things and different things, makes it seem like you're skirting rules and Kickstarter more than anything. And then it comes out like this and you wonder, oh, maybe that's what they were doing. Rivenstone is not on the...
It's all tax reasons, okay, guys? It's all tax reasons, that's why. There's no reason to create that much more admin except to save money for tax. Okay? Okay.
Back burner, but yes, we do only have 2 employees at the moment. One is working daily on Rivenstone. I don't know exactly how...
2 employees. Didn't they have like 20?
How that works. If one person's working 8 hours a day, that's 40 hours a week. How much in 40 hours can you make on Rivenstone?
One person working full time on a Kickstarter. How much did the Kickstarter make? It was funded in 4 hours. It was funded in 4 hours and made $230,000. He got one person working on it. What? Excuse me? Wasn't the game basically done? That's why they could promote it. Oh, man. Oh, brother. Okay, okay. Oh, dear.
Is there actually 40 hours worth of work a week, or is it like contacting them and waiting for a response? That's like saying it took you 3 hours to make dinner when all you did is put it in the oven for 3 hours and take it out, right? Like it's not active time, or it's like me counting programming time as compiling, right? It's the same thing. Like if sometimes you set it there and you just leave and you come back when you're ready. Anyway, moving on from that. No, it did not make as much as we needed it to. Then why did you complete it and take everybody's money? That's a good question. We had over 20.
Very good point. When Kickstarters close, you don't have to take the money. Oh, wait, hang on. Estimated delivery for Riverside was actually June 2023. Is that right? When was the delivery? Because someone said 2022. Estimated delivery June 2022. Oh, that's just for the first one, Ven Scout. Actually due this year. Unless that's been changed, I don't know. Yeah, June 2023 for actual miniatures. So it's like 2 months late. There's a different delivery rate on the top pledge. So if they had 2 people full time, that's 100k, and then profit, literally. Access to backer kit store, so they can access the backer kit in 2022. So that's basically they can pay $1 to back later. Okay.
$20 employees at the time, over 20. So again, they blew up. Our payroll alone was $100,000 a month, plus rented over $14,000 a month. So again, after that, then they got this big office to put everybody in. So you had this expensive office, you had all these employees. It's a classic case of people getting the money influx in and then just spending it, not realizing that needs to coast them throughout all these years. Hannah, myself.
So there is paying out $100,000 a month, but the Kickstarter only made 200. So where did the money go? It only made 200. Why have they got 20 staff? Where's Why have they got 20 staff if they only made 200k? Oh, me. Reminds me of a pizza restaurant near my old house. It changed into 9 different pizza places over the course of 2 years, and then I found out they were all owned by the same guy. Yeah, like, there's so many companies that do that. There's so many companies that do that. They go bust. They avoid tax. There's so many. I'm not going to mention any names, but there's multiple in, like, the wargaming hobby, especially. Multiple stores, MDF manufacturers. There's so many because all they do is they file for bankruptcy. They take out big loans, file for bankruptcy, slightly change the name, and then reopen. Because if the company's closed, you can steal the name and branding, technically. So it's not a full year late, it's just a few months late, along with the other 2 Kickstarters they've done. That's still not good. No, exactly, because one's not finished. And they've not even finished phase 1 for the first, and it should have been delivered, you know? If they'd done phase 1, maybe in phase 2, and they're like, it's not been delivered yet, you'd be like, Unless their Patreon page was earning $150,000 a month, how did he plan on keeping all that stuff afloat? I don't know, like, surely the Patreon was making a lot of money if you can make this, and, like, make this campaign, you know? You can't just, like, make this money out of nowhere. Clearly you're making some decent money. and you had all the money for promotion. So, like, I don't understand how you can, like, make 200k on this one and then be like, oh, yeah, the next one's definitely going to make $1 bajillion. So how much did the Forge thing make? It did make slightly more, to be fair. To be fair to them, it did make slightly more. But, like, where's the money gone? Why did you have so many staff? You assume there was a plan, to be fair. Are you one of those staff? No, obviously not.
Myself and Brandon never took paychecks or money from the business. We just took enough to pay rent. Was that not a paycheck then? Like, how was that? Do you just, like, I guess I've never owned a company enough to know this. How do you take money out of the company and not make it a paycheck? And what kind of hair are you splitting there? Anyway, we took just enough to pay rent, and we have not been paid in well over 4 years. So I don't know how he's eating. I mean, that must. I guess he's at a soup kitchen somewhere, or does he have other money coming in, or is he just like rich?
The trick is, chat, is he's not paying himself to buy food. The company is buying him DoorDash whilst at work, to work, business expense. Okay. That's how it works. That's how they all get around it. He's not paying himself, guys. He didn't take a single penny to buy food because the company bought all the food. And this, kids, is why you don't back Kickstarters unless you are happy that you might lose your money. If you are doing to speculate on something, make sure you can also afford to DoorDash Taco Bell. Like, that's the important bit. Make sure you can afford to DoorDash Taco Bell. Unlike Chris himself, his company could afford DoorDash. He couldn't. You know? Mikey signed an NDA. What do you mean? What do you mean? Did I sign an NDA? What's this? What are you trying to say? I've never worked with this company. With that many Kickstarter projects, you need some people posting on the pages, I suppose. Yeah, but, like, if you got 20 staff and you made this money, like, where's the profit margin? This is a terrible business plan, clearly.
Like, I don't know. Maybe I don't know exactly how that works out either, but who knows? Anyway, I think they're splitting the hair on what paycheck means here. I did have incredibly high hopes for our Forged project, as I felt our project, this is in reference to the Reaper Bones, was great and could sell well like Reaper. I am at fault for believing a good product means anything, but in actuality, a good reputation means more. Delivering product means more. Those things will help a product sell, not just the quality. Yes.
You can't just look at another product. It's like Pepsi going, you know what? Pepsi's kind of like Coca-Cola, so they're going to sell the same. I bet that's what they thought when they brought it out. You know what? Pepsi Cola is the same color as Coca-Cola, so it's clearly going to make bajillions. Now, obviously, it's a very big company, but one of them is bigger than the other. You know? You can't just look at someone else's product and be like, yeah, mine will make all that money too. You're so dumb. You're so dumb. Why do these people start companies? You're so stupid.
Being able to deliver a product helps sell more product and not just BSing people and not making enough money, but still taking their money anyway. And then assuming, I guess, I don't know, another Kickstarter pays for it. Anyway, so that's his comment there. Now we're going to go quickly to the actual update.
This is the big update. Wait, people are more likely to buy us stuff, people having a good reputation. Wow, I had no idea. This guy's so fucking stupid. How has this guy got a successful company? Like, well, successful? Successful by arse. How has this guy got a company while being so dumb? Oh, dear. Anyway, allegedly. That just sounds silly.
Okay. And we're going to cut to a few more updates, but otherwise we're just going to kind of...
Just to clarify, potentially, allegedly, this guy's drove his company to the ground. So I think it's okay to say he's a bit dumb.
I'm going to stay here and dig into... Here's what was said publicly on the 25th, so 5 days after this post on Daka was posted. And it is kind of... It is understandable here. So it says, I want to take some time to address some of the ongoing issues we're experiencing at BAM HQ and death, specifically clarify the timeline of what's happened in the last 4 months in particular. 4 months, by the way. Understandably, there's a lot of speculation flowing around, and it's time to directly address it in order to clear the air. How much do you think it would not have been time to directly address it or clear the air if this post had not been made. In other
To
words,
be fair,
if this guy in Daka,
to be fair, got a great point there. It's always we need to address it after you called out, you know? That's what it always seems to be. It's never, you know what, we should come clean. It's someone's called us out and we need to save face. And that's always the problem. Believe it or not, Mikey, but Pepsi go twice the revenue for Coca-Cola. All right, yeah, shut up then, should I? Should I just shut up? Yeah, but how many flavors did they come out with? I don't know which one was first. Them going by BAM and driving the name into the mud offends me. That's my job. I know, they're doing it for you. I remember Daka. That place is Hellscape, it is. I want an allegedly shirt. I also want an allegedly shirt. They're Walker's Crisps. All right, that doesn't count, Steve. That doesn't count. Pepsi, specifically. I would argue Coke probably sells more than Pepsi, but Pepsi Company owns way more. They got called out and replied, but with actually. It's just the actually. It's just all it is. They never think about their response. Listen, like, same with Greens of Well, they don't think about the response. They just go, actually, that's not true. It's like, that doesn't, you just look like a knobhead. You know? You just look like a knobhead. The best thing you can do is be like, hey, we hear some of the complaints. We're trying to work on it. You know? Ugh.
This past employee supposedly had never made this post, talked about it. Do you think we would have gotten this update?
No, 100% no.
Just kept the ball rolling. My opinion, they would have kept the ball rolling. I call it plate spinning. You know, when you have all these plates and you're spinning it, so you're trying to spin up Broken Anvil miniatures, and you're trying to spin up a Ravenstone, and you're trying to spin up level 52, and you're trying to spin up this merger, and you're just trying to keep the ball spinning, and eventually it all crashes down.
Jokes aside, at college, I joined, you had to join a, after college thing, like extracurriculum, that was it. Extracurriculum thing to do after college. That was like part of the sign up when you enrolled. And I joined the circus because I'm a clown. I actually joined circus acts because it sounded fun. And I am so good at plate spinning, okay? Because at first you think you're just going to be spinning plates with one of those plastic things. But I was so good. The guy who was running it, who was super cool, he was proper sound, got me a twig, a big twig with a nail duct taped to it and a metal plate. And I was spinning this plate like 10 feet in the air. And it was so good. And you know what? I was fucking sick at spinning that plate. Unlike Broken Anvil Miniatures, who can't spin any plates, clearly. Okay? It sounds dumb. And it's just that the plate spinning analogy was just a lot to core memory of, oh yeah, I used to go to circus class because I was training to be a clown that I am today. Okay? It was great. It was good fun. But yeah, I was spinning plates. Because you can get those ones that are like designed for plate spinning, but I was just like literally like a metal tea dish or like metal tea. Do you know like those metal plates that you get that like fancy people have and they put like all their tea stuff on there, and it's always like a really cliche movies. I was spinning one of them, no cups on it, but I was spinning just a metal plate. It was so good. Only one mood, spin, quite literally. I was like Tokyo Drift but with plates.
But you try to spin those as much as possible, and they're wobbling. You can tell.
Mikey's in Spain without the A. Spin to win. I'm gonna see one. Metal plate spinning. I don't know if I can I don't think it's an official one. It definitely wasn't. No, it was just like a metal tea tray. That's essentially what I was spinning. I was essentially spinning one of these on a stick. Right? Just like a metal spin thing. A metal tray. Sorry, like a tea tray. You know, like this sort of thing. And a piece of duct tape on the back, which you drove the nail into, and that's what held it in the middle. It's very smart. Because then people are like, oh my god, he's spinning a tea tray. And it's like, no, I'm spinning it on a piece of duct tape. Member goal, spin a plate on stream. Member goal. Okay. Yeah, maybe. We haven't even hit 10 mercenaries. Not looking good. Hey, looking good, bro. Anyway.
Oh, it's not going to make it, but they do it anyway. That's what I think they would have kept doing here. The only reason we got an update at all is because it finally came out and somebody finally talked about it. So to whoever that past employee was, thank you for putting it out there so that we can actually be more informed consumers.
So brave.
It's a great deal to know what's going on with this stuff. And it's not just BS. We'll talk about their past updates in a moment. First and foremost, myself and my partner Hannah, who she is currently working remote, are still working at BAM along with a few core members of our team. The few core members, I believe, is said to be 2. Okay, as we shared in previous updates, we're still in the process of being acquired by a new company with whom we had been in talks with since January of this year. As, again, we were in the process of.
So basically, what it sounds like, he's just going to be using the merger idea. Is like, we hadn't done any work because we thought someone else was going to buy us and do it instead. That's what it sounds like.
I may have said that incorrectly. As time progressed, the soon-to-be ownership assured our team that we were on track to complete the merger within 90 days. Due to the transactional circumstances, we found ourselves without a
transitional. Come on now, you got this.
Former budget
you got this.
From the incoming ownership, and without the revenue from our client work, we made every effort to preserve our staff, who we firmly believe were the strength of our organization. But payroll and benefits drained our account quickly. If you recall, $100,000 a month on payroll, $14,000 a month on the actual on rent for like the offices and stuff. So $114,000.
Where's all the money coming from? You made $200K on one Kickstarter. You can't afford $115K a month.
Every month is what they were costing with their.
Forge was never going to make that much money, okay? It wasn't going to just go off and make $1 million or $5 million. You can't just be like, you know what? Forge will make $5 million. I will prepare for that by hiring 25 staff and getting a rent place. It costs $14,000 a month. You can't just go, I want it to make that much, so it makes that much. You just... This is just not... That's not how anything works. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What is going on?
Huge 20-plus team member stuff. Then in July, and I've marked July specifically, I added the bold in red, the merger that we had carefully planned with new ownership fell apart, not because of anything our team did or didn't do, but because the prospective...
Not the team did. Clarify. The CEO, however, who knows what they did.
Ownership experienced a dramatic downturn in their own business over the course of negotiations. Now, I highlight July because just like I said up here, how likely do you think they would have said something if somebody didn't kind of like whistle blow them out like that? Well, if we go, this happened in July. So in July, the merger fell flat. Okay, so what their options are after that, I don't know, right? If they're claiming they don't have any money, they're hoping this merger pays for it, and the merger falls, you would think you would tell your backers, but you didn't. Here's their update from July 7th. Now, again, it may have happened after that. Well, I'll show you another one here. And it doesn't say anything major here. It just says we understand the anticipation. They talk about the fact that they need more bottles, and that's it. They just said they're just delayed. If you need any help, reach out, but just as an FYI.
Do they not have the bottles? Are we joking? Is this a meme? They don't have the bottles.
We had such an unbelievably awesome enthusiasm. So many people wanted our stuff. We made so much money selling all of these stuff that we just don't have the bottles for the paint. We didn't think about the bottles. Who knew that when, 1,021 backers did it, that all this time later, we forgot we need 1,021.
I can't miss this reference, but Two Thin Coats did it in a cave. They fucking did it in a cave. Two Thin Coats, literally. There was that video from MS Paints about Two Thin Coats making paint, and their bottling methods are made from a treadmill they found in a scrapyard, and these guys can't do it with all the money, and they built one in a cave. They're the Tony Stark of the paint world, and these guys can't even replicate it with all of the bajillion of dollars that they can just magic out of the air. 500,000 or more that they've had in Kickstarter money. They can't buy bottles that someone did in a cave, okay? Just to remember, let's just find it. Let me find it. I need to now. MS Paints. MS Paints Factory. That's a great way to search. Factory. Right, I'm going to have to do some scrubbing. I apologise.
done the basics. Using these base materials was scrutinized to see what work still needs to be done to get this paint out.
Look at it, it's just wood.
Paint station. Well, probably for about 12 hours for good measure.
It's just a bucket. This is how easy it is to make paint.
I know there'll be a few keyboard chemists rearing up to have a cry wank over this being done with hand tools on open air and whatever, but hey, if it works, it absolutely works, and you can show us how it's done with your paint company. So, when
look, it's all just MDF
went a little bit more successfully than
I think it's this. I think it's
production
this.
Speeds needed to ramp up.
I think it's this bit. Look at this. Look, Two Thick Coats, fucking excellent product, right? And I work with them and they're great, all right? Shout out to my boy. If you're watching, you're watching. Shout out to you. Look at the state of it. If it works, it works. Who gives a fuck? Look at the state of it. And they can't even get bottles from China. And these guys are doing it with pieces of wood.
And with industrial mixing and bottling machines costing actual millions of pounds, the team at Transatlantic Games needed to step up and figure out the problem for themselves. Introducing the Skullmaster 2000, a fully handmade bottling, descrambling and agitator inserting thing.
Look at the plier marks in this tube. Where's the bit about the tread? Here it is. Here it is. This man. I love this man.
Some of the machines in this magic chocolate factory thing.
Yeah. Made of scrap wood.
Made of scrap wood.
Made of scrap wood.
And a few bits from eBay.
What did you do before this?
Do all sorts of things. Started off making garden gnomes. And yeah, it's all self-taught and probably highly illegal, but
Potentially, but there's self-taught and then there's that thing.
Yeah.
Which is, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like every issue that you might have had, you've thought, just fix that. Oh, no one's looking. There you go. Now the bottles actually flip themselves.
cool. Most of the ideas are on YouTube.
Okay.
It's called the bottle unscrambler, apparently.
Okay.
The bit that lifts the bottles up, that's made from a treadmill that found in a skip.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a treadmill you found in a skip.
There's just like a clockmaker's workshop magic to it, almost. Like we can see it happen.
Listen! Broken Apple Miniatures, write this down, okay? Treadmill from a skip. These guys made $1 million, and you know what they did? Fulfilled it twice.
But we're not entirely sure how it's happening. But it's just going really well. We've seen like pharmaceutical machines doing the same thing.
Yeah.
That probably cost millions. Difference is that those have got a chassis on and they're white.
That cost 50 quid a pack of the crisps.
So 50 quid in a what flavour crisps?
Not prawn cocktail.
No.
He built it in a cave. This is the Tony Stark. This is Tony Stark of the paint bottling world, okay? Built it in a cave, packet crisps, 50 quid, half a treadmill. And these other guys, can't even get bottles, mate. He built a bottle unscrambler from a treadmill out of a bin and a fucking, fucking scrap wood. Oh, mate. Oh, no. Oh, that's my music not playing, not the video.
Bottles plus times whatever amount people ordered. Who'd have thunk? It's obviously a BS excuse. It falls flat. It's paper thin. I've seen much better BS posts from stuff like Lazy Squire Games, from stuff like Dimension Games, from these companies that just kind of try and spin it, try to make it seem like there's a lot going on when there isn't always a lot. Now, some of them are getting better at that, and so I don't want to like lay blame on other companies that I use as an example. I'm just saying like that is not a very good one. I've read better. I'm sure you've read better. So that falls pretty flat, but obviously no mention of a merger deal. But maybe
quite literally carry off with it. He made it in a cave with a box of scraps.
maybe it happened July 8th, for instance. Well, here's our update from July 23rd. Now, there's still a few days in between July 23rd that maybe it happened then, but I'm assuming it probably happened by now. There's not much to talk about, unfortunately.
Not much to talk about. No merger mention, no nothing. We've run out of money, you know? He's doing off his phone, okay? He's having to pay for Wi-Fi in Starbucks via the company to update people, okay? I wonder what that guy's job title is. Inventor, madman, bin wizard. Probably bin wizard, I think.
But you know what? Maybe it happened July 24th. Maybe that's when it happened. So I'm sure on the August 9th update, they would have said something, right? However, still not much to discuss. How is there not much to discuss when your merger fell flat and there was no way for you to deliver your project? It's BS.
Based.
It's all it is.
I agree.
Guys, it's BS.
I like this man.
They've been lying to you. This was a lie. This was a lie. This was a lie. All of it is a lie to get you to just not get your credit card refund, to not ask for a refund, to pretend everything will go away until eventually they can just ghost out or launch another Kickstarter or whatever. All they're trying to do is find another way to pay for it, to scam new people to pay for that. Just like this was supposed to pay for Ravenstone. Just like all of these other past ones were meant to pay for the other one. They've never had the money. When they made the money on this, instead of getting you your product, they put it on the old stuff. And even then it wasn't enough.
Ponzi scheme!
Supposedly, but it's
allegedly.
Sounds like he was buying all sorts of video games and eating out all the time. That sounds nice. I don't do that. Nice that he was able to with the money.
And I could if you become a member right now because I'm poor, okay? Sorry, I gotta do it.
That, you know, he could put towards this. Maybe buy a new car, go on vacation. Sounds pleasant. Moving on. It just bothers me. Again, why lie when you have a paper trail? Like, people can check. You never told anybody in July this happened. You only do it 5 days after somebody calls BS on you. So what's happening now? Let's see what he's claiming is happening now. The moral imperative to deliver the project we asked our community to support us in creating is a powerful motivating force for myself and my partner. That
Jesus spoke to me. Basically the same. And he was just like, bro, deliver the miniatures, please. Oh, mate, you sound so dumb. Just shut up and make the miniatures. Get off the internet and make the miniatures. Then everyone will shut up. If they said nothing, and then like next month, they just went, hey guys, we've got the first box ready, it's getting shipped. Everyone will be like, bro, that former employee was full of shit. Even if they weren't, they'd be like, bro, that former employee was full of shit. That's what they could have done. But no, they didn't. They decided to go, I have a moral imperative to deliver the thing you paid for because that's how it works in the law with transactions. Like, shut up.
That is such a bald-faced lie. How dare you? That is so stupid to say. Why would you say there's any moral imperative for you to do anything when 3 paragraphs up you lie?
To be fair. I love this man's getting more and more pissed off, and I'm with him. I'm cheering him on. I'm like, yes, go, baby. What's his name again? King of Average? King of Average. Let's go, baby. Get angry.
It's BS.
It is BS.
I'm sorry, I haven't been this upset in a while, but I can't stand
these
upset. Lying, scamming, worthless people in this community that do nothing but negative impacts on it. He has made the community worse, and ideally, he never touches this community again.
Until he's got another Kickstarter idea. Right? That's how it works. Until he's got one more Kickstarter idea.
Ideally, he's out of this industry and he can go screw over some other people. Thank God his business failed. Thank God he's not making more. And if he ever does, I will be right there with the rest of his past employees to tell everybody to never give him another cent. Go flip some burgers or something. Maybe do some real work for once.
Go flip some burgers! Mate, that was savage. No DoorDash for you. You either keep getting DoorDash or live long enough to be the DoorDasher. Go deliver some Taco Bell or something. Oh, that was hilarious.
You have let many people down in this situation. Yes, you have. And you should feel ashamed for that and for your continued pathetic excuses here.
That's so fucking funny. Go flip some burgers. That's so funny. Oh, that was fucking so savage. That was hilarious, man.
We are obligated not to disclose much information at this time. What does this mean? This is weird. While we wish we had more we could freely share with our community, we are obligated not to disclose much information at this time. Once we have more concrete information for you to share, we will. I don't count on it. They will only share information to you if it gets leaked beforehand. You need to have somebody do this before they will tell you anything, apparently. True. And they've proven that with their actions. And it's not like they apologize for not telling you. They just said, oh, this happened. You know, maybe you won't look into it. Maybe you're all idiots. Well, we're not. So what that's alluding to, I don't know. Maybe bankruptcy so we can get off the hook of it or something. despite the challenges that we face. The problem with delivering despite the challenges is Chris. The challenges is the person, right? Your business practices suck. You suck at running businesses. That's proven. There is...
Allegedly, I agree. Allegedly. More concrete information that he's allowed to share about his own company and product. Did he sign an NDA? I guess you probably shouldn't talk about a merger and who's buying what and how much, but yeah, like, not saying anything is really dumb.
Literally proof we can all point at and say, this is why you suck. Don't do this anymore. So if the challenge is you need to remove yourself from it, right? This is the same issue that happened with Peterson Games, where they just weren't good at the business side of things. And so the problem is the business. So if the people that suck at business try to fix their business, it doesn't work. That's not how this works. You need somebody else to do it, like a bankruptcy place or a government or something. They're in Seattle, so you don't get that UK stuff or anything like that. It blows my mind that...
Too true, though. Too true. Like, there's so many people, like, to be fair, myself included, I don't think I'm a good businessman, but I'm also not... I'm trying my best not to try and con people, you know, and I get advice from people who do run businesses, but the thing is, with so many companies in this hobby, it's all people that like Warhammer, all similar, and then they're like, I can do that. I can do that. And then they get loads of money, right? And then they just get so much money sent to them, you know, whether it's like a Kickstarter or whatever, and then they just piss it away. They just piss it over the wall, you know? And then the company just goes under, and then people get scammed, and then businesses just die out. And it's all the time that people who like Warhammer or tabletop gaming, just because you like it doesn't mean you could be a businessman. You know? Just because you like it doesn't mean you can be a businessman. It doesn't mean you can go off and make $300,000 and manage it properly. You just like tabletop gaming, and you just so happen to know how to make some money. You've found a way to make a decent amount of money. They're not like, they are mutually, they're not the same. You can't just do it. And that's what the problem, loads of companies go under because of that. It's because the fact that fucking, like, they just go off, and then they get loads of money, and then they piss it up the wall, and then it's gone, and people get scammed, or like the company goes under and stuff. You see it all the time. Boost Mackey's self-esteem as a businessman and join his membership. Hell yeah, Crypt Shadow, you are a great name. Stop being cringe. Okay.
They're like, despite the challenges that we face, it's always somebody else. It's always, oh, this is the problem. Oh, that company didn't bail me out like I hoped. And, oh, this didn't have, oh, you know what? US just didn't fund me as much as you do Reaper. And if that had happened, I'd be able to pay all my past stuff. And it's all somebody else's fault. No, it's Chris's fault. We have put production on pause for both Forged and Broken Anvil Studio. Paint, again, the production wasn't ongoing. You don't make paint and have no bottles to put it in. They weren't, it was not
treadmill in a cave.
Under production. While we work on Rivenstone, you know, the Kickstarter from like 3 Kickstarters ago, maybe that one, and regroup. This means the ETA for Broken Anvil Studio Paint will likely be pushed to the beginning of 2024. How? With what money? How does that work? In fact, just back here where you were blaming bottles, you were saying it would take like 30 to 45 days alone just to get, once you bought the bottles, to ship them over to the factory to actually put the paint in it, and then ship it back over there, and then with your 2 people, pack it all up and ship it out to everybody.
See, true. He's got 2 members of staff, and one of them is trying to write Rivenstone. Who's going to bottle the paint? Who's gonna order the paintballs? Who's gonna is Chris gonna put some Arctic Monkeys on and just be like, they're pumping paint into the bottle?
You were saying it was gonna be months and months. Is that done? You didn't say. It's all BS. There's no proof that you're ever gonna finish shit at all. Do you even have the money for it? If you have that, just refund everybody. Obviously, you've BS'd it all anyway. So yeah, apparently beginning 2024. That's...
That guy's really trying not to swear. He just keeps saying BS'd it. You BS'd it. Your hate for Arctic Monkeys is hilarious. I do hate Arctic Monkeys, okay? They're not the coolest thing to come out of Sheffield. The lead singer is a knobhead. And I was taught by his dad. Okay? Okay. What's his name? Alex, what's his face? I can't remember his name now. It's all gone. I keep thinking Alex Jones, and I know that's not right. Not quite the same. Alex Turner. There we go. Yeah, his dad worked at well, I did like a course at a school, another school for a little bit instead of work experience, and it was his dad who was teaching it. So absolute bellend. Absolute bellend.
See how long he can spin this plate, assuming the plate even still spins. My goodness. Forge will likely land in the middle of 2024 or the end of 2024. Again, with what money? Where's the roadmap? Can you put some fake bars like you used?
Alex Jones, the lead singer of Arctic Monkeys. Yeah, literally. Your son is a bellend, Mikey. He is. He probably knows he is. When was Forged due to be delivered? Not on there. Where's Forged? The one who's going to make the bajillion dollars. It is due 17 miniatures. August 2023. It's due now. It's due, guys. It's due. Oh no, it was due last week. It was only due last week, guys. It's now coming to the end of 2024 with all the money that he doesn't have to fulfill it because he spent it all on something else, the paint that doesn't have bottles. It's due now, August 2023. You're going to get it any day. It's only a week late. It's just delivery. Oh, I found the funding period. When did Rivenstone finish? I found how to find the funding period. You scroll down here. May 2022. Wow, that's a long time. Oh dear.
Used to say how far along you are? There's no plan. We cannot offer refunds at this time because of budget. Because they can't afford it. It's all BS, guys. And then if you scroll down here, you'll see, first of all, people linking to the Daka, in which case, thank you so much, guys. Several people are copy-pasting this just to get it out there. And notice they're not deleted. It's because, as far as I can tell, he's coasted out of Kickstarter almost. More on that in a bit. So the reason I say that they're probably still here just ghosting is because they're still busy deleting your voice. They're taking your voice away from you. If they don't like what you say, they will delete it. For instance, they caught these. These were just 1 day ago. This is obviously reported. Now, whether they'll come back, I don't know. If they come back, I'm going to keep this tab open. I'm going to refresh it every day. And when it comes back, because they didn't break any Kickstarter rules, I'll let you guys know. Stay tuned for a future news update on that. And obviously, if you appreciate...
That'd be hilarious. If the only way you could delete them on Kickstarter is reporting them. And then they're like, there's nothing wrong with this comment. Stop being a scammer. And just post them again. That'd be really funny.
All this detailed research into this and reporting on this. And maybe some of the passion I bring to this. A subscription helps a lot. A like helps a lot. A comment saying thank you helps a lot. Or there is a Patreon link down below. Thank you guys so much. But okay, so obviously they're busy. And notice, yeah, these are fine, but these 1 day ago things, right? Like, what were they calling out the fact that what I just called out? Promise they can't delete this video. They have no power over me. They can control their Kickstarter and try and manipulate that, but they can't take this away. It's out of their control now, which is why when it was on Doc.
Careful, they'll get ideas from Grease of World, send a copyright claim for saying that the paint was slightly wrong name.
Kataka, they finally had to make an update. So yeah, they're there, but just in the shadows. So we'll see how much this lasts as well too. So moving on from that, Phelan here says it quite well. Let's look at what happened. They knew their company.
The MCA incoming, literally. I'm glad not the only one that dislike Arctic Monkeys and indie in general. YouTube Beardy Man explains indie, you'll understand why you might innately hate indie too. Interesting. I'll have a look into that.
He was in trouble from a number of bad decisions and decided to keep it afloat by opening another Kickstarter multiple times with the intention of stealing the money to fund past projects. Correct. That's very obvious now. In fact, he's more or less even stated so in this. They already had the paint formula made and were using the paint internally, plus they sent it to reviewers as well. They had sent out samples.
Oh, God. Oh, no. Who's on the chopping block next? Who's on the chopping block next? Broken Anvil Paint. Oh, no! Dana Howell! Tabletop time! Oh, no. Miniac, good luck. Oh, no. Look at all these. That's the paints. That's the minis. Oh no, all these companies, all these YouTubers, we'll have to cancel them, I'm afraid. It's a shame. They were great. They were all great. I'm free on that one. I didn't get any paints. Mate, you got scammed. Carry off. Make a video. I got scammed. I didn't get the paint from the shitty company that scammed everyone. This isn't age well. I like this title for this this video. It did not age well at all. Tabletop time. You're right. Mikey, they don't send you anything now because I'm not a real YouTuber. That's why I'm just a fake one who calls people out. The one thing that all of these YouTubers have in common is they don't call bad companies out like me. They just take the free stuff. I only take the free stuff from companies that are cool to work with and are not scummy. And if they are scummy, I'll stop working with them. You know? Shout out to all the paint companies that I have worked with. You know? Shout out to you guys. You're all legends.
To select reviewers, all they had to do was place the order with the paint manufacturer. This was a free win if they had cared to win, but they didn't. They spent the money as they intended on other projects. Then they told us they couldn't fulfill it because they hadn't realized they needed to put the paint in bottles and didn't have bottles. Again, it's all BS. That's all it is. That's all. And anybody who says anything else is just not thinking critically. I'm not saying they're not smart. They would figure it out if they thought about it. They're just taking somebody for their word. It's because they're good people. Because they wouldn't do something like that. They assume that Chris wouldn't. And I can understand that. I tend to give people a lot more benefit of the doubt. My wife calls me naive all the time. Because I just believe people when they tell me stuff. I assume people aren't out there lying or doing things malicious. But then when I see an update like this, where they knew in July that their merger had failed,
dumb.
And yet they never tell you, they never mention it. It's shameful. It's shameful.
It is really dumb. It's really, really bad. Shout out to GW for sending everything for Mikey for free to Mikey. True. Shout out to Games Workshop. I call them out for some things. Nowhere near as bad as this, so they still send it because they're the G's. The G in GW stands for G. Okay. I feel like I'm slightly off the hook now a little bit. None of this came out close to when I did those two vids. No, exactly. No, I don't think you can call anyone out for supporting a company before the drama comes out because you obviously don't know. You know? It'd only be like jokes aside, carry off, do not worry. You are fine. If you come out and say I'm deleting those videos or something, that's fine. I don't think keeping people matter. You might get a comment soon of someone being like, hey, have you seen this? So I wouldn't worry. How did they send the paint out to reviews if they didn't have the bottles? Jokes aside, the bottles in the Kickstarter are completely different to the ones shown in the pictures. Like, if you look at these bottles. They're just like Vallejo bottles, right? They're like fucking hand sanitizer bottles that they were like desperate for when no one had bottles to put hand sanitizer in. But then the bottles on the paint brand, they're like completely different. So obviously they've just bought a few. You know? Even the label's different. What's your go-to paint brand? I use a few, mate. I love GW. I really like Two Thin Coats. I really like Pro Acryl, but I don't like the Pro Acryl bottles. And Vallejo. And TT Combat as well, actually. TT Combat are really nice. Again, their bottles are a bit weird, but I do like them. You know, like the bottles or the lids? The lids, I guess. The bottle, I was referencing to bottle and lid. The Pro Acryl bottles are fine. I don't like the lids. I don't like the nozzle lid thing. I think the TT Combat nozzles are too thin. Vallejo ones are too thick, so you get build up. And then too thin coats. I think the paint leaks on the nozzle quite a lot, but I think the paint's great. Cheers, Crap Shadow. Do we know that Kirov didn't know at the time? Conga Shooter's calling him out. Getting called out by Conga. Do you send it because it's they want to stay in Georgie's good graces, so they send the free stuff to her mic stand, right? Okay, justice standards. I'm timing you out.
The problem with all of this, it's kind of a closing thoughts here, is that while this was one company that was found out, that was finally linked to Overdaka, again, thank you to the past employees, if that's who they were, to kind of comment this and force this update into the limelight so that somebody like I could actually cover it to a broader audience to warn consumers away from these kind of people. So that if you ever see Chris or Hannah attached to anything, you never touch it. I'll be sure to try and do that as well. But the problem is there's a lot that are still just spinning that plate. There's a lot that are on, what was this posted on? August 20th? That are August 25th on August 24th. August 19th, right before the leak, right? Where, as far as anybody knew on August 19th, they just need some bottles. No big update. What kind of metal do you want? Right? Nothing, no, nothing really to report on. Lies. That's what it is. How many other companies out there are lying to you? I don't like painting all devs as a bad picture because they are not. The vast majority of people in this industry are wonderful, fantastic, heartfelt, honest, just sincerely passionate people.
But just remember, none of the companies are your friend, okay? Most of them are lying to you. Just remember that. You know, he's being really nice about it. I'm just telling you how it is, okay? Most companies just want your money, okay? I'm sorry. And hardly any of them are your friend. Like, they don't know you. They know your wallet, and that's all they care about. They have your credit card details saved through Google Chrome, and they hope you spend it again. So, yeah, just be wary about companies, just like in general. Always do your due diligence. And like, especially Kickstarter as well. If there's one Kickstarter on and you've backed it, don't back another one until it's got it, until you've actually fulfilled it. So,
it's amazing to me. Every time I talk to a developer, every time I go to Gen Con, every time I meet with this other people in this space, whether it's other YouTubers, whether it's you guys, that's why I call you rock stars, whether it's other devs, they're fantastic people. They're just excited about their game and want to sell their game to people so that other people can appreciate it. But these games are expensive, so it costs lots. You have to sell it. Like, it's fine. It's okay. In fact, a good developer, you want to have a good life. Think of a great game you want and think about how much you hope that they were rewarded for their creation, that they got paid, that they were able to do that as a living and make more awesome games for you to enjoy. This industry is amazing. And so when there's a dark black sheep like this,
unlike other companies that we mentioned on the channel quite recently, brush rinses,
it's all the more glaring. This wouldn't even be news in the video game industry. This is barely another Tuesday kind of thing. Like, this is nothing. But here in board games, you're almost aghast. Like, who would do this to miniature painters, to gamers? Who would pull a fast one like this? Who would lie for months? Purposely not tell you, purposely keep you ignorant, purposely want you not to know things. Just amazes me. And I know there's others out there. There are not a lot, and they stand out, but they are there. Please back safely. Do your research. If you have questions, reach out to me. Let me know. Maybe I can look into it like I looked into this. Thank you guys for letting me know about this. I know several of you pinged me. I was pinged on Discord. I was pinged on several of my videos.
This is a good video.
Past ones. Thank you so much. Emails. All of that works to get the information to me so that I can dig into this and let people know so I can get the word out so we can all be better consumers. With that, I will say, guys, thank you so much for watching. If you
really good video, that one, to be fair. Not buying him, clutching his pearls. There's loads of dodgy peeps in the industry. We've talked about half a dozen. Yeah, exactly. Like the game of tabletop is relatively small, and there's a whole bunch of companies that are really dodgy. So All the users who've been paid promotion of Broken Ammo need to be informed of this. Bruh. Kirioth. Getting called out. Sorry, Kirioth. I love you. But they have responded. They've responded again. They've responded to this video now. I think so. You don't deserve anything like that. Don't be silly. Oh, that was this morning. They responded again. Let's go to Rivenstone. Let's look at the updates. Let's look at the latest update. And that was... We'll read this now. So obviously they put out this update the other day. This is the one that he spoke about in the video. The merger falling apart. So then they did a tough weekend because they got called out in a video. They got 40,000 views quite quickly. This weekend was a tough one. I was working through the weekend to solve problems like we stated we would continue to do. We've been working on sorting our current budget and allocating what we can to the projects we have delayed at the moment. For Ruinstone, we were able to finalize a lot. We can now place orders for like dice, token and measurements, sheets, rulebook, stat cards, event decks, and packaging. Now we've got the sample of token sheet stat cards before. These are from local printers supplied in the next shapes. We do unfortunately need to get the samples first from our overseas manufacturer before improving production. Same with packaging. Dice will take about 3 weeks. We may just wait until everything is finished and consolidate the shipping to ship it all at once from China. Sorry for the delay on getting these out. We ran into a few problems in getting bits and troublesome print perfectly. All along with my reduced bandwidth, I just couldn't get them all out till today. We found a new shop to move to. It's considerably smaller, but it's just the right amount of space to hyper-focus down on production. So they're trying to downsize. So they go from 14k a month to 2k a month, I imagine, on rent. Oh, man. Now we have 3 people working on Rivenstone, 2 of them full-time. Like 5 minutes ago, or like a week ago, according to Chris in the Discord, there was 1 person working on Rivenstone. Like, how can you go this far in and then only have 2 people work on it? It's like should be mostly done before you go to Kickstarter if you're going to do it this way. We're currently running quality control on all parts in bins. We had already culled a few hundred parts that did not meet our standard. Those get chipped back up and put back into the hopper to make more parts later. As for molds remaining to be made, we are working with an outside professional to help us finish off our mold production, ensuring our quality bar is maintained throughout. In the next few weeks, we will know exactly what parts are left to be produced, and we'll have a much stronger idea on how long it'll take for us to finish production. In that time, we'll also start production printing parts we all know will need to be produced outside of Sirecast, i.e. large terrain. Thank you to those who've been kind of supportive throughout. To those who've been more skeptical, we hope this update helps demonstrate the lengths we are going to work and the work we have completed so far to fulfill our obligation to deliver on Rivenstone. Yeah, but what about the rest of the shit that you've kickstarted in the meantime? It's just... This is nothing. They should have done... They had the miniatures already designed. They should have been done fucking months ago. They should have been like 2 months after it ended. Like, here's all the fucking models. Surely it should be the other way around with staff dropping off as the project nears completion. Yeah, exactly. They're clearly only just ramping up production. Paul, to shout out to the 2 people working on this. You know, because this is a lot of work for 2 people to do. They had 20 members of staff when they fucking completed this. So all of this should have been done months ago. And that's all it is. They're just like, here's loads of... Like, this doesn't prove anything. It's just like, here's some miniatures that should have been done fucking months ago. Right? Another Kickstarter project I funded falls through because of poor management. Oh, well, it's not something like I could use that money elsewhere to support someone who would have given me something for it. Lol. Prove the haters wrong, Bam. I'd love to be one of those. One of those who put this game on the tabletop for all to see. All right, take your dick out of his mouth. You know? Clearly, you're not getting this. Too little, too late. You had the opportunity to be upfront and be honest about your business status when it mattered and chose not to. Posting age pictures does nothing to change that. Yeah, I do wonder. Can you get the metadata off these? I wonder. Save image. Guys, how do we find the metadata of image? Oh dear. Get rid of that. Can we do this? Find metadata of image. Okay, download, select properties, then look at the details. Okay. Oh, guys, what if these images are like from 4 months ago? Can you imagine? That'd be so funny. Because when you upload certain images, you can see like what type of phone it was taken on and everything. Okay, so we right click on the image, properties. No, exactly, El Funko. Sometimes you can see like everything. If it says today's date, then it literally doesn't matter. No, there's not a lot of metadata here. Yeah, not a lot. Yeah, like if you upload certain photos to certain places, it can tell you what iPhone they're taking on, like what type, what time of day, like what way they're pointing. Like are they at nautical north, for example? It's really interesting. It's like one of the ways that people who take pictures of things they shouldn't do and post them on the internet get caught because certain people can take the photos that are posted on certain websites such as Imgur and then find all the metadata of the image and be like, okay, we know it's someone with an Android phone of like a Galaxy whatever, you know? Try the developer tools in your browser. I could, but I'm not that smart. Sources. I don't know if I can see anything. I've found the image in the source. Copy image data. Oh, never mind. I'm not that smart to find out. But anyway, so they responded there. And then they just went, and here's even more photos. Here's another 1,000 photos. Half of them the same, probably. It doesn't really prove anything. It's just like, yeah, the miniatures that are supposed to be delivered 2 months ago, you've got in boxes. Okay, where's the rest of it? Why do you know that? Why do I know what? That you can find out what things are taken photos on? I'm pretty sure I just told you in so many words without getting into trouble. Please issue me a refund. Good start at writing this shit. Where I recommend bi-weekly updates showing something, anything at minimum. A playable game needs to be delivered either physically or electronically. What factions are represented in bins? I'm glad River Zone is progressing, apparently fueled by a little passive aggressiveness, but I understand you've taken a lot of flack recently. I'm still mad that you aren't going to deliver Forge, which is the one I really wanted more than this, but I'm happy to admit that you're proving that Riverstone is at least real and you're committed to deliver it. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, this is the first of 3 Kickstarters. You know? This is the first of 3. Yeah, okay. But what about the other 2 Kickstarters that everyone got scammed out of, you know? Just delayed until 2024 when it's supposed to be delivered last month. Oh, man. What a wild thing that's happening here. What a wild... what a shit company. So their most recent update was This one, and it's basically the same update as from the other Kickstarter. Was this posted before or after? I think it was around the same time. As time progresses, soon to be ownership showed our team that we're on track to complete the measure within 90. Yeah, it's the same update. What is happening now? This is for Forge. This is the second Kickstarter. We've spent the last few weeks exhausting every avenue of how to brute force a way forward for our company and preserve the work our team members invested with BAM for the last 3 years. The deep appreciation and respect we feel for those who work with us both past and present, as well as the moral impact. Oh, it's the same. It's literally copy paste. Yeah, this is a copy paste. Hey everyone, just so y'all are aware, it looks like they've deleted / ghosted their BAM Facebook and Instagram accounts. I did notice that, because if you go to Broken Anvil Instagram, the last post was 6 weeks ago. For an account with 20,000, this was 6 weeks. Dungeon Delvers packs are available on our site. Finally, finally, like everything they produce. And the top comment is, really hope you guys don't F us all who believed in your Kickstarters. Yeah, this account's dead. You know, they're not posted in months. Is that even a real picture? I don't even think that's a real picture. Wowzer. Wow. Yeah, because look at the bottles here.
In this box, there's a new range of paints that can be used normally and as contrast paints.
It's tabletop time. I'm Murray, and today we're going to be looking at the new super duper top secret Broken Anvil paint range. I had no idea
Top secret because no one will get their hands on it.
that these existed because they're top secret, but together we're going to find out just what these are about, what new features they've brought to the party, and this video is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. But more than later. Let's have a look at what they've prepared for us in these lovely little gradients.
So that's the only set of paints you'll ever see, because the rest of them will never get made. Oh dear, what a dog poo company. Another company scamming people.
From this step forward, I'm no longer going to be calling this a speed paint job, and I will be using even more paints from my collection to bring the model to life using layering, blending, and glazing techniques.
I knew I'd seen them
conventional
before.
acrylic hobby paints, not speed paints. So this is no longer a budget speed.
I knew I'd seen these paints before. But yeah, like, none of this is real. And they're fucking posted dog shit anyway. None of these paint pictures are real. It's all Photoshop. It's all just graphic design. This is the closest they've had to actually doing it, but I bet these with the test paints from a YouTuber probably. Oh man, but there you go. That's Broken Anvil Miniatures scamming, allegedly scamming multiple people for a grand total of, let's just clarify how much. 233k plus 233k plus 243k, so 490. Let's add 144 on there, so 530, $630,000. $630,000 taken from customers and not one piece of product delivered. That is dog shit. That is actually dog shit. Minus Kickstarter cut. Bro, they took that money, okay? Kickstarter might have taken a cut, but $630,000 has been taken via Broken Anvil. Another failed Kickstarter. We're on 3, mate. We're on 3. They're probably going to have to start another one to fill in the previous ones because that's how Ponzi schemes works, you know? All they've done is gone, here's a Kickstarter. It didn't quite make enough money, so what we'll do is we'll make another Kickstarter to fund the first one, which didn't make enough money to fund both. So they made another Kickstarter to try and fund the previous two. And that is a definition of how Ponzi schemes work. You take one, and to fill this one, you get new ones in to pay for this one, and then they get new ones in to pay for that one, and then for that one, which pays this one. It's a Ponzi scheme. It's all it is. It's allegedly all a Ponzi scheme. Anyway, I'm launching my own Kickstarter next week. And it's going to pay for some debts that I didn't pay. It's going to pay for my DoorDash bill. All right, there we go. Oh, man, that is so dumb. That is so dumb. $630,000 taken off from customers and no product delivered. It's been hard trying to sort it when you're in Costa del Sol. Anyway, become a member because I'm trying to get all my money to pay for my Ponzi scheme. And you can become a member for as little as £1.99 a month. That'd be really cool. You could also become a member at a higher tier. That's also even better. You get to join our Discord, ! Discord in chat. If you're already a member, you can let someone else become a freeloader and pay for their membership for 30 days by gifting a sub. Gifting subs is really cool. It supports the channel and it helps other people. Lets them join the Discord, which means they're more likely to be able to join and want to stay a member for longer. You get to see behind the scenes, get to chat to me, help make videos, and also just generally support the channel. And if you don't want to do that, you could super chat as well, or you can like the stream, tell your friends, send it to WhatsApp, post it on Reddit, do all the things, okay? It's the for definitely bags of flour budget. Yeah, literally. A 3D triangle scheme. Hellstormwargaming. No. But what a fucking dogshit company. So don't give any money to Broken Anvil. Not that you're going to be able to soon, because it looks like their fucking company's going through the floor anyway. But you can go and buy it. You can go buy it today for $125. You can get literally nothing. You can get the idea of getting all of these things for $125,000. $125, sorry. Fuck me. What a dog of company. Imagine stealing $630,000 in your responses. 9,000 pictures. 9,000 photos of buckets. Oh, dear. Anyway. Ugh. Right, so it is 1:15. I normally finish stream about now, but I'm probably going to do a little bit of painting. I'm probably going to paint a Norn Queen, a Norn Emissary. I haven't got the camera. Oh, I have got the camera on. Is the camera on? Yeah. I thought I had the camera on. We got the Norn Queen to paint, because I'm going to try and use her on Friday. So I'm going to go grab a drink, and then we can do some painting. How does that sound? Yeah, it's LGT. No, mate. No, mate. No, AnimeCon. Guys, I need to tell you. #ad. Let me get the official line. Sorry. Because I'm a real influencer. Is... just to follow my terms of agreement, I will be at the Sheffield Anime Gaming Con this 16th to 17th of September. Make sure you check out at www.sheffieldanimecon.com. Just to let you know, your boy is going to Sheffield Anime Con as press. I'm going to an anime convention as press. Don't ever pigeonhole me ever again. I'm going to be a weeb for a whole day. For a whole weekend, even. So now I'm not going to LGT. I'm taking Georgie to AnimeCon. That's why they Kickstarter. I think it's in the TOS that you may get nothing in return. Yeah, it's just an easy way to scam. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. I've been confirmed that the playtester comment that Games Workshop made that we went through at the beginning of the stream is real. Mikey's the king of Warhammer based clickbait. Do I do a normal video now, or do I make one about that copy pasta that showed on r/Warhammer last night? What's the copy pasta that was on r/Warhammer? Oh, Space Wolf Culture Post. Do a video on that. That's way funnier. Do that, it's way funnier. There's more content in there. I know it can't be real, but I want it to be. Pretend it is real. Pretend it is real. Act like it's real. Make a video about it, pretending it's real. Right, anyway. There we go. Oh, the Norn Queen's not in shot. Excellent. We're going to go paint Norn Queen, okay? Norn Emissary, but I need to get a drink. So I'm going to go grab a drink. And I can't walk away while the video's on, because that's not reacting. So, you got a screenshot, Kirioff. Do that. That's a nice tail. It is. So I'm going to paint that. So I just need like a minute. Is that okay? Can we have a minute? Can I have a minute while I go and grab a drink? I know you'll get bored, though. I know you'll get bored. So I'll put a video on while I go. Right, gonna go get a drink. Be a minute. Don't go anywhere. Watch. Watch the video. See, I'm a real React channel. See? See, I'm a real React channel. Wow, damn, that's crazy. Damn, that's crazy. Whoa. That's wild. There you go. Thanks, guys. Just needed to go and get a drink. What's Kirov posted? Oh, that's fine, mate. It's very funny. This is the post that Kirov was referring to. Does anyone else find Space Wolf culture annoying? My only nearby gaming store is a community of 25 people, but on the usual game night, there's typically between 8 to 10 people that show up, and we only get big turnouts for tournaments. The 4 guys that never miss a night are the 4 Space Wolf players, and I'm starting to get a little fed up. They don't play against each other on casual nights because the wolves don't fight. So half the time I end up playing against Space Wolves. On store tournament days, if they get matched together, they'll deploy, maybe play around, then talk it out to decide who won. Every week they wear matching jerseys, but with different names on the back for their wolf names. Listen, these are alphas, okay? These are just the alphas of the wargaming world. Whenever they kill your models, they howl loudly. Whenever something they consider monumentous happens, like winning the game or rolling a bunch of 6s or killing a named character, they shout, "Full moon!" And then the 4 of them all howl. Oh, that'd be so funny. That'd be so cringe. The alphas. There's a bit of a TikTok trend a minute about fucking alphas, and it's all just wolves. That's so funny. Whenever we get interested new people checking out the tables, they immediately ask them if they want to join the pack and give them a really hard sell that I think puts people join the pack. I know how all players like to shout "Wag" and talk in orc voice. I don't mind that. I think it's funny, but I don't find the wolf pack very funny. I want to know if that's like this, like at your stores too. And if you're playing against Space Wolves way more than you'd like. This is just in denial fairies, okay? It's okay to be a fairy. Clearly it's a good laugh. This is awesome. It's great. It's so good. Yeah, Kira, make a video about that, mate. TikTok Alpha Wolf. See if this comes up. That be good. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. No, these are really cringe. As an account called Alpha Wolf Meme. Please? There's loads of TikToks of just like pictures like this. Like this. It's so funny. Actual Reddit mod moment they deleted. That's so cringe. I'd go. I want to go. This is what they go watch when they get home. They howl about their special character dying, and then this is what they go home and watch. A woo, they said. They really said a woo. They're so funny. They're so good. Anyway, that's me, a Space Wolf player. So now it's just fairy fan fiction. It's just Space Wolf players, mate. Don't you understand? I don't know I don't know how you're struggling to get it. You know? I don't understand how you're struggling. You have to howl through the pain to buy those models. Right, anyway. Should I do some painting? Oh, I've had a warning. You're listening to copyrighted material. We recommend you turn this off. Okay. There you go, playlist. This'll be fine. Right, we're going to paint the Norn Emissary now, mate. Mate, and everyone at home. That's the plan. Come and join me. Come and join me in the hobby zone. Wow, look at that. Cheers, Kirioff. Love you. Welcome to the hobby zone. Oops. We'll move that there. We'll press OK there. We'll do that. And there it is. We got a Norn Emissary, baby. Look, it's a paint stream. Just getting the chat up. You can see I've been painting last week. All the fucking paint everywhere. And then brain trophies the week before. Boys painting sesh. Hell yeah. There we go. There we go. Love you, Kirioff. Bye. Right. We got the new Norn Emissary to paint. And I sprayed her up and I've not really done much else since. But for comparison, this is like the style that we paint. High Fleet Dog Poo. High Fleet Poopies. And they're pretty fun, actually. They're quite easy to paint. They're a little bit time consuming because the carapace takes ages. But I've actually airbrushed a lot of it, so that's going to save loads of time, which is quite nice. So yeah, this is only airbrush. I've just it's just using Pro Acryl, like 4 colours. It's using grey blue, burnt red as the bulk colours with Inky by Darkness for the carapace. Pyrol red for the highlights on the red, but I also now have dark grey blue, which I actually use as blending underneath to get some nice gradients. Can you guys hear me okay? It looks like it's coming through fine. Looks like the music's a nice level as well. So we just have to paint the carapace now. That's the plan. But yeah, I love the Emissary. I think it's a super sick model. It's just Godzilla, Tyranid Godzilla, which is super fun. So we're going to paint her up. How's that sound? Because the plan is, now, plans are falling through the floor. I need to find someone. I need to find someone to play on Friday. We're going to have me versus Tom. One of us playing Tyranids, one of us playing Grey Knights. Now, Tom can't make it now, sadly, which is very disappointing. So I'm going to have to find someone else to play. To come play against me. Whether I use Tyranids and Grey Knights, or they use Tyranids or Grey Knights, or something else. It would be Tyranids versus something. I would have liked to be Grey Knights since they're in my new army. And Barnes Data Slate permitting, it might be quite fun tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, so I'm gonna have to work out who I'm actually playing, because I don't actually know yet, which is a bit annoying. Where's my closing? Oh, it's a parasol now. Just looking for my wet palette sheets, which I seem to have misplaced. Oh, it's this pot here, that's what the problem. Where's my wet palette sheets? I'm going to have to open a wet palette for some wet palette sheets. Any tips for painting nids faster? Cry. Crying helps. Because I think my Tyranids look great, but they take a bit of time. They're a bit like an annoying paint job, because they're really nice, but they don't, they're not quick. They're the layers and layers of highlights is a bit of a bitch. Where the fuck have I put the... I've lost my wet palette sheet, so I'm going to have to just yoink some more from this box. I have a pack of them, some red grass ones, and I'm going to open a wet palette just for the sheets out of it. 50 hydro sheets. And Nick takes Tom plays this Friday. So Nick's going to be running the stream. Nick probably won't be playing them, due to past difficulties. I threatened to play, but he didn't want the drama. No, I don't think that'd be very fun to have on stream, mate, to be honest. You know it. Anyway, I was keeping this for a prize, but I need the wet palette sheets out of it now, so I'm just going to have to give away the palette on its own. Sorry I didn't prepare my wet palette sheets, guys. Oh, they're literally next to me in a box. God damn it. God damn it. Right, okay. There we are. I forgot I left them here. Looking numpty. There we go. So yeah, the plan is to paint some carapace, try and highlight some carapace up today. I've already airbrushed a lot of it, but I'll have to go in with the airbrush again. But the carapace is a bit too light right now, so we need to darken it down. So I'm going to do that this afternoon even. So I want some black. I'm just going to use Pro Krill today, I think. Where's black? Black? Coal black. We should ask in Discord. Yeah, I'll probably get someone who I know personally to come play. I'd love to just ask someone on Discord, but it's obviously like doing it live is a little bit more difficult. But yeah, we'll find someone. That's fine. I also got to ask a couple of friends. So yeah, so Nick's going to be running the stream. I'm going to be playing. And he said either Tyranids or Grey Knights, and the other person will be running the other faction. That's better. I sprayed it. The thing is with spraying Incubi Darkness or similar over a white, it comes out really bright, so you have to like go in and do another layer. There you go. But because I've airbrushed it, this layer should go on super quick. Because last time I did it all by hand, and my god, it took about 4 days to get all the layers down for the first base coat on the carapace. Just because it's like, it's a nice colour, but there's like, you're going from white to dark, and it takes a couple of layers. But because each bit takes a few layers, and there's so much of it, it took fucking ages. Me and Tom spent like an entire day just painting carapaces on termagants. But now you can see, because we painted it and then we realised it was all too light, so we had to do it again. But now I'm like, just smash through it. It's got a nice layer to grab onto. Just because I airbrushed it, you know? That initial airbrush layer, I'm even going thinner because I think the paint's a bit too thick. That initial airbrush layer just helps this colour grab so much better than just going over like a white. Because otherwise it just looks streaky. What are you bringing for the Dids on Friday? It's going to be a relatively casual list. It's not going to be the Vanguard Onslaught list, just because I haven't built the Neuro Lictor or anything like that. My plan is to paint all of the Lictors and stuff. I just haven't had time. I will be honest, chat. With like the wedding, then our tournament, then Goonhammer. It's just been like non-stop the past couple of weeks. So it's just going to be a bit of like a monster mash, a bit of fun type list. Some cool tricks in it. But like, I'm probably going to write my list tomorrow after I know the balance date is like, so I can work out what I'm against and stuff. So it's not going to be the best list ever, but it'll be a fun one. You'll be able to see some of the mechanics. They know a few commission painters. The problem is like commission painters and time. You know, time and money. I can't afford to pay everybody just to paint everything for me because I don't make that much money. But also, like, it's always like sporadic, and it's like, okay, here are the tuners, you got a week to paint them. People don't have just like can't drop everything to paint everything all the time. I also can't believe how soon the All-Stars tournament in Sheffield is. I know, it's so fucking close, and I'm still printing terrain. But yeah, like Nick says as well, it's like Nick's working on other things at the time. So like, it's just not a case of just like, I'll just get someone else to paint it for you, because it's like, I can't just like pay everybody to paint everything for me because I can't afford it. And the content doesn't make that much money with it. So I don't have it all painted, but I'll still have a fun list and I'll still play it well. I'm going to run the best Tyranid list possible, but I'll be using some of my old stuff as well. It'll probably be like a Leviathan plus list, you know? It'll be like the Leviathan box with this and then whatever else I can get my hands on. I'm so glad I half painted this with the airbrush though, because one, this paint job is going down so much quicker, this base coat. And and the other reason I'm having to do it again is just because I've obviously tried to avoid spraying in certain places. But Jesus Christ, how do people paint this with a paintbrush? This model's insane. There's so much going on. There's so much carapace. How do people paint with a paintbrush? Jesus. Can't do the you'll get exposure. No, because I'm not a prick. And also then you have the complications of you have products that you can't share with anyone else that you can't get them to paint. So for example, if I just went, hello random person, could you please paint this for me? I couldn't send it to them. Or they couldn't see it until Saturday. And even then, Games Workshop would be pissed off because they'd be like, why are you sending your random shit to people we don't know? Nick's allowed because he signed with me, that's why. But it's not just a case of, oh, because I've got the miniature, I can just send it to anyone. Imagine the field day Games Workshop would have if they found out I was sending stuff to people who weren't signed with them. You know? When they're trying to control all these leaks and stuff like that, I think they might be a little pissed off. So I do my best, chat. Basically, I'm not like these other people with a team of 5. I'm me on my own, and that's why you should become a member. So I can help pay for other things to get done whilst I'm painting. I can help make better content. I can get my DoorDash and Taco Bell delivered, just like Broken Anvil Miniatures, you know? Sick colours team. Thanks, brother. Yeah, this is what we're going for. This. This is the vibe. The Amazing Spider-Man vibe. Taco Bell is rank. That's hate speech in my house. Taco Bell elite. You got new headsets and the Goonhammer streams are much better than the clip-on ones. Yeah, the microphones we normally use for streams were like good, but the headsets that we got were really good, and they were paid for by members. Basically, I'll be honest, thanks to the birthday stream. That's the thing, it's like a lot of people ask for like membership money and stuff like that, and sometimes you don't see it, but it's little things. It's like those headsets were like so much nicer, the sound quality was way better to bring nicer content, and it's things like just like equipment and stuff behind the scenes, like being able to like take the sofa for a van, so we were all super comfortable making the content and making it way better, and we would be able to be more engaging and just overall just nicer to do for us, so it's not quite as stressful, and it's little things like that that like slowly add up over time thanks to people's generosity through memberships and stuff like that, that lets us make better content. So I do appreciate all the support that people give me. It's just super kind of them, and I know it's not always easy. We're like trying to be a content creator in this crazy world that we have, where there's like real world issues with like inflation and shrinkflation and mortgages and stuff. I understand that it's not easy. At the same time, it's not exactly easy for me either. So I feel a bit bad for asking, but sometimes I'm a bit like, well, I struggle too as well. So sorry for asking, but I need to. Sounds silly to say out loud, but it is true. It's like people can't become members and stuff or super chat all the time because of real life problems, but then it's like I need to ask because I also suffer from those same problems. So it sounds cringe, but you know, I'm just being honest. I like the Wednesday streams. I like painting because I can just like have a conversation with you guys and be like an adult about it. We've done our laughing at the news, but it's always quite nice just to have like just a chat about things, you know. It's a very cool model, but there's a hell of a lot of fucking going on. The swings and roundabouts of painting. Very cool model. Very cool to paint. There's too much to paint. It's going to take me hours. Speaking of YouTubes, have you seen that dumb film? That film, Dumb Money, about GameStop shorting stories out this month. No, I haven't, mate. I was in it. I was one short in it. I was putting my £100 in and getting my £95 in, you know? I was right there with the boys. Hold. Diamond hands. Okay. I think we've hit all the carrot. Oh, I got a bit of carapace on the tail to do. A little poison pincer at the end. What about Prano, right? I was just thinking then, like, it's crazy how they take a song that's so old and then just revitalize it so much. It's so good. Is it Mario? It sure is. So we smash that bit, got a little bit on this side as well. I'm going to paint my second Lionel Johnson. Oh, really? How's the painting going? With the arm. Okay, so I think that's all the carapace base coated. We'll do with another layer on the head. We'll quickly dry it off. Then give the head a quick base coat and then we can start highlighting. Still a bit of red showing through. Turbo improving. Monday 6 hours. Yes, I took off due to aches. Yeah, that's fair, mate. I'll take it steady. Baby steps. Cool. That's the carapace base coated. I'm definitely going to have to reblend the head spikes, but that's fine. I just realised there's the base bits that I haven't base coated. As I got them on the palette, I'll give them a quick wash. Quick slap over. I think what really bogged me down when I was painting the Leviathan was as I was doing fucking like 40 models at a time. I'm hoping this one's going to come together quite quickly because I really enjoyed painting the Parasite when we did that on stream. But it was only one model, whereas last time when I was painting Leviathan off camera, I was painting like 40 of them. It was fucking horrible. Absolutely dreadful. Okay, so now we need sky blue. I think I went straight to sky blue from Incubi. I'll put a bit of Incubi back in there. And then I'll put some sky blue in there. And put it over here. Get a really good mix. I want to darken it down because I think I put too much in there. And now it's all edge highlighting. Let's go, baby. I wish I'd checked up how I did it. That looks right. Now what we're going to do is draw fuck tons of lines. Like so. I'm using quite a thick brush because this is the first one. But then we're going to get like sharper and sharper because we're going to do this like 3 times. Now I'm doing it a little bit too thick than I would like, but that's okay. It's the first one. I've not done it in a couple of months. I'm going to move this out of the way and try and get comfy. That's a bit better. Can you guys see? Yeah, probably. That's better. I'm going to do this side. And I'm basically going to do a higher highlight in each of those lines. I'm going to do this side. And at the top I'll do the top edge as well, in case I've missed any. And a lot of it's made up, but you can like focus on where the gaps, like avoid the gaps, the recesses. Because we're going to wash all over anyway and then probably do an extra highlight, so I'm not too fussed about being super neat. Because the wash will essentially act like a bit of a glaze. like so. And again, this is the style we're going for, so we have to build right up to like basically white anyway, and then blue wash all over. We do like a really heavy wash on the carapace. Hey, Mercenary, thank you so much for the gifted, brother. Thank you so much. Be like Mercenary. Become a gifted member. You know? That'd be so sick. I'd be so sick of you if you were like Mercenary. We're trying to hit 10. We're on 4, I think. 4. So become a member today. It'd be really cringy if I didn't make the goal. Guys, don't do it to me. Thanks so much, mate. Carlos, make sure you say thanks. Lambo, you have a page or something I can visit if you want to be nosy? Go to his Instagram. I'm wondering, I don't know when the change will be out. They're normally out in the afternoon on a Thursday, but we'll see. So trying to be careful because it's harder to get there to do the lines. But it's also harder to see, so don't worry as much. I literally don't know how to. Well, become a member. It says join down below, mate. Or there's a link in the description. You are already a member, though. It looks like you've been gifted one. So you can gift a member yourself to someone else. Gifted member for the best streamer. Thanks, mate. Is that how I gift? Yeah, you can gift by clicking the money button and it says gift a membership in the chat. Cool. We've already nearly done the first layer on the legs. We're like halfway through the paint job of the first layer. So do this multiple times basically and build up the highlights, and that's what makes it look kind of cool. And that's what makes Godzilla look pretty. And again, don't worry if it's a bit messy, it's only the first one. The important one is the last one. This one's okay to be messy because it's the first layer. And you're going over a darker colour. Okay, let's get the tail done. That's the legs done. Like that, just some lines. Close enough. And so we're going to be doing this about 3 or 4 times. So you'd have to be like super duper neat because you're going to be doing it again and again and then again and then you have to be neat. But all I'll say is like, just what you're basically trying to do is like highlight the edge of the carapace with lines, but not the recess. Oops. That'll do. We'll do these bits as well, because I ain't done them yet. I'll smash the top. And then we'll just like draw some lines down there or something. It does look cool though, and I'm excited to play Tyranids. It's just like, the problem is I'll play so many armies, and by the time I'm like finally done with the Tyranids, I'll be like, right, Space Marines are here now. And then so on and so on. The like nice thing about playing only a single army is you get one update and you can just work on that. But then it can get stale quick and you can not see releases for months at a time. As you play multiple, like me, then you get like updates all the time, which is great. It keeps it super exciting, but it's also like you're constantly chasing, trying to keep up with everything. It's so difficult. How are you not baking in this heat, or has the heat wave not hit you? Oh, it's definitely warm, mate. I'm just trying to ignore it. It's definitely very warm. Okay, that's the bottom half done. The first layer. I'm dreading dealing with this. The true Godzilla moment. When I finished my steel helm, it was my first model. I'm actually proud of painting wise. It's a total journey. Oh, I'm glad, mate. I'm really glad. Sometimes just having the courage to get past the artist block, right? Because, like, there's always that point where you're, like, painting and then you're like, man, this looks so shit. And, we all get it, everybody. Even professional painters get it. But it's like about like pushing through and ignoring it and then getting out the other side. That wasn't quite right, but never mind. There's 2 already. Jesus. How is it 2 already? People are weird. We all play to lose with our models and don't care, but it's really hard to paint and not care. Yeah, exactly. I mean, because it's like... painting models is like a display of your talent, I guess. Whether you want it to be or not, it's like how good or bad you are at painting right there for everyone to see. That's probably like the difficulty with it. I hate it. I always look at my stuff thinking you do better, but then it's like my mind thinks my hand can do better than what they can actually can. You're like, it's the age old saying, but you'll always critique your own stuff more than other people's. You'll always see where it says you did it. I don't know why, I've got weird brains. Loving the Norn so far, Mikey. Are they already in physical stores? They're on pre-order right now. They're available on Saturday. This is actually given to me by Games Workshop. Because you want me to promote it to you. So you buy one. That's how it works. So this is going to be the hard bit, because the carapace isn't like old carapaces, which are really easy to do this scheme on. Now they're all different, and they're like new school, and then they're really hard to like translate how to paint this scheme on. So you have to just like YOLO. Hey, Organ! Thank you so much for the gifted membership, brother. Be like Organ. And gifted membership today. Thank you so much, bud. How much are we up to? 5? Yeah, we're up to 5 now, I think. Thanks so much, Organ. That's really kind of you, bud.
Gifted member.
You're a star, mate. Crack Attacker, make sure you say thank you. Make sure you join our Discord as well. !point Discord in chat. You just got in there for free for 30 days. Welcome to the freeloaders. Yeah, it's at this point where you're like trying to like work out where's the best way to draw lines, and there just isn't a best way, so you just have to make it up as you go along. If you're painting nids like this. Because I love this carapace scheme, like with all the lines and stuff, I think it looks mint, but like trying to work out where it goes on this bit, it doesn't really make sense, because you draw from the top, but you can't draw all the way down, because they're way too long. You have to just like YOLO and go even further. Like so. The new nid sculpt really makes me wish I'd gone for a dry brush nid scheme. Yeah, literally, mate. Literally this. Like, they're really cool, but they're really complex, and there's a lot going on. It's kind of difficult to try and keep up and try and work out how to translate this paint scheme best. But this is the point, it looks shit. This is the point, it just looks really bad. It's probably why I haven't bothered adding to the army since Leviathan either. I've not repainted any of my old stuff, and I've not painted any more new stuff. I've been meaning to paint up some Von Ryan Leapers, but I just couldn't be bothered. This is the minute that was going to get me back into it, I think, but... My Von Ryan Leaper took so long to do the carapace. Yeah, exactly, mate. Any prediction for tomorrow? We did speak about it on Monday, but if you fancy go back and watching it. We like put together our wish list. I don't know, I'm just waiting with bated breath now. Is the game going to suck for another 3 months, or is it going to be quite interesting for another 3 months? That's getting there. I mean, they're looking about right. It's like this bit that doesn't look quite right, so I'm going to try and paint the front, because that would be lighter because of where she stood. I do really like the Leapers. I like all the Lictor aspect, to be fair. Why am I doing it again? I'm being an idiot. Don't do it again. You're going to go in with a brighter colour. Oh, I've got the other side to do. Sorry if you can't see this. I'm trying to paint there. I hate this bit. It's just like, how does anyone do this? You're just guessing. There's like nothing to highlight. They're so long. I'm using the side of my brush to try and capture all the detail. And it looks shit, but it's not done yet. This is the first layer. Levers are so good for just popping terrain near the middle, so when you draw aerodynamic deploy teleport home as boom points. Yeah, exactly, mate. They're so good for that. Right, same again. I think, yeah, I'm not going to worry about it. I think I've got this synthetic brush. I definitely have fucked this synthetic brush. They're so shit, aren't they? Synthetics. I just curled on the end now. How do they mess them up so much? Like, how do they not do it yet? Like, of all the things that humans have invented, how have they not invented fake hair yet that works? I really hate that flower thing on the base. What flower thing? You mean this? You got trypophobia. Trypophobia. This sounds like Pokemon style music. It is Pokemon style music. You are exactly right. I don't normally have it this loud, but like when I'm painting, sometimes I shut up. So I put my music on a bit louder, just so it's not completely dead when I'm not talking. But yeah, it's definitely a Pokemon playlist. Nintendo playlist, sorry. Funnily enough, I love Nintendo. Hey, MB! Thank you so much for the gifted. TikToking Croc, if you're watching, make sure you say thanks. MB, thank you so much for the gift of membership. I really appreciate that. That's really kind of you. Long-term freeloader paying it forward. Hell yeah. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Really kind of you. We've done a lot of the hard bit now. Now we've done the essentially smokestacks. I don't know what else to call them. What are they? Are they just like, are they exhausts, these things, or what? Any Tyranid lore nerds now? Any Tyranid book nerds in chat? Skin chimneys, yeah. Pretty much, right? Well, I mean, what else are they going to be? Spore chimneys. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Spore chimneys and spore exhausts make sense. Speaking of supposed to be vents, a bug runs hot. Man, I wish I had these vents. It's fucking warm today. I'm just going into the office for aircon. Yeah. I've kept all like my windows open while it's foggy this morning to let loads of cool air in, but now I can slowly feel it all warming up again. And once we've done this highlight, we get to do it all again with pure sky blue. And then we do it all again with sky blue and white. And then we do it all again with white with a little bit of sky blue. And then we wash it and then we do it all again with just white. Or white and sky blue. Man, there's so much fucking going on in this fucking carapace. I'm like, just slap it on, just get some colour on there. Let's get to the next get to the next layer. This isn't even the important one. This is all gets washed away and blended in anyway. He's looking better though. Compared to what I started. The vents are like ribs on the skin supposedly. The big exhaust looking ass things pollute the skies with disgusting spore cloud stuff you see in all the art. Yeah, exactly. That makes a lot of sense. Puny English struggling with the dicey Scottish heat. How hot is it in Scotland today? I don't know how warm it is here today, but I think it's about 26. 26 to 28, I reckon. Very warm today. Yeah, that was all off camera, sorry guys. This head is a lot easier to highlight though, because I know where the lines are going. I think the hard thing with all the fucking smokestack things is like hard to know where the highlight should be. Woof. 26 and put to contact hottest ever is 30, so very hot. Yeah, I bet, mate. Like last year we had 40 and it was fucking horrific, but still this heat is not great. I've ordered 2 of these. How posable is the model? Not very, bud. I won't lie to you. It's very much build it this way, no other way. Not like the old Carnifexes wrote like that. You could do a bit of chopping changing, but it's not. It won't be easy. You can't turn the head really. You can like maybe repose the arms a little bit. But yeah, very, very monopose. The one downside of Games Workshop getting so big and making so many miniatures is they're not really thinking about like customization anymore. Probably my biggest gripe with them. My only gripe with the miniatures in these days. You can obviously convert it with green stuff and stuff like that, but like base kit wise, it's not super posable. The only options you really get, which is technically not an option because that to build the other one, is like the middle body section. So like here, that bit there, between the bomb and the body, that bit you have a choice because one's for the assimilator. So that makes it stand slightly differently. But that's it. That's the only real option. Okay. Permitted tail. Shame they dropped the ball sockets for the big bugs. Yeah, exactly. They've done that with a lot of things though, mate. It's really disappointing in my opinion. Oh, I didn't base coat that, so that's all going to be light blue now. Take that. Yeah, they just don't really do like posable really anymore. Sometimes they have options, but even then it's not posable. That's a real shame because that's like a lot of the customization gone. So a lot of people just have the same model. I think it's that they're just harder to compete with and it's harder to make bits for them. I think that's probably after like the chapter house drama. I think that's when they started moving towards it. Okay. That's the first base coat done. Line highlight, whatever you want to call it. I'm very quickly going to do the outer pieces with a big fat brush. You tell me I could have done it this way? This is working so great. I could have done it this way. Why did I do each one individually? I could have just done this with the big fat brush like I just did. Jesus Christ. I think the Toxicrin tentacles will be massive on this, mate. This isn't big. I say it's Trigon size. It's not huge. Right, here we go. Next one. Not quite watered down properly yet. So very similar, but not quite as high up, and a little bit neater. I feel like I've missed a colour. Have I missed a colour? Oh, I think I might have missed a colour. That's why it's looking weird. I think I go to blue first. It'll be fine. I'll just fucking glaze it a little bit more than normal. There you go, chat. Don't worry about it. Just fix it later. It doesn't matter if it looks slightly different. It's a bug. They're not going to be identical. They'll be similar, though. But yeah, I think I was supposed to do blue, Incubi blue, then sky blue, or whatever it's called, light blue. Sky blue, yeah. Never mind. Way too much paint. Don't know what I'm doing there. I'll just like add a little bit of contrast paint into the wash just to like make it stain a bit more than normal. And that should work. Should be in the keyword, you know? Okay, same again on this side. I'm really excited for this balanced data slate, but I'm just a bit like, ugh. I'm excited because I think it's, I really, really just want them to get it right. But then we've been burned so many times. I'm a bit like, ugh, it's just going to be more of the same. Someone else is going to be really broken if it's not Eldar anymore. Because they'll have not noticed that Eldar are keeping that faction down. I appreciate that like balance is like a super hard job, and if they hired me it'll be way easier, but I appreciate it's a really hard job. But like, it's just like disheartening knowing that they've cocked it up so many times that it's likely going to happen again until we're proven wrong. CSM are pretty nuts. I agree, mate. You did well with him at the weekend, didn't you? Abaddon's amazing. Terminators are insane. Obliterators are insane. And it's like Eldar keeping them down. Are they going to address Curse Space Marines? But if Eldar go away, not much stops them. Space Marines and Nids are obviously going to be very good because they went fucking. They're going to have so much new stuff to play with. And they're not going to be able to pinpoint what's doing what. I went 400 before losing last game to Eldar. Oh, fair. We've all been there, mate. don't look insane. No, I agree. They don't look insane, but they're going to have a lot of options and things that people haven't even spotted yet, you know? If they fix everyone, CSM might chill a little bit with Forge Fiends. Yeah, true. I feel like any attack you're trying to melee will fall short in tournaments because Custodies is a thing. Yeah, but again, we kind of got to, like, everything we've got to look at, we've got to take with a pinch of salt and be like, well, anything could change. Anything couldn't change as well, you know? Things might just stay the same. Nids at LGT. I'm not going to LGT, but if I was, I'd be playing Space Marines because I always play Space Marines. No, I played Nids on the channel, mate. But no, I'm not going to the LGT this year. Abaddon is a problem. Not much the rest of the army. It needs to be like 350 and such a force multiplayer. Yeah, exactly. The fact he has like so many keywords, he has really good aura abilities. Abaddon's just like so good. It's just like auto take. If you're not running Black Legion, you're just playing the game wrong, really. Or running Abaddon as Black Legion, you know. Doesn't matter what colour your models are. But yeah, Abaddon's just really good. It makes everything else marginally better, if not more than marginally better. But yeah, I'm just like not holding my breath because there's like been a couple of balanced day sites that have been really good, but most of them just haven't addressed the core issues. Or they've like fixed one core issue and made another. And that's like the real problem with the way that they're doing the rules updates. Or they're not playtesting the game enough, clearly. I've been told that that post we went through earlier is true. Is legit. That they only pay like 100 games before releasing a book. If that. And 100 games is not actually 100 games, it's closer to 60. Because they're reporting one game of each player playing it, but they're playing each other. What was the pairs? Go back to the start of stream, mate. If you want the mouthful details. But essentially it was a reply to someone about playtesting. And Games Workshop saying they have 10 playtesters play 4 games a week for 6 weeks. Which for the biggest IP of a multi-million pounds corporation probably isn't enough. I think my music stopped, so I'm going to go fix it in a second. Oh, has it? Definitely has. Getting there. This is coming together a lot quicker than I thought. But again, I think it's just because I'm painting one model, not 15 this time. Well, it's me. I'm right there. That's nothing. No, I agree, mate. 4 games a week for 2 playtesters is piss all. There are 120 games, but that's between 2 people. So 60 of those games are new codex. You know, because they're saying we play test this, and our play testers play 4 games a week, and they play against each other. So really, they've got 5 play testers playing the Tyranids, and then 5 play testers playing against the Tyranids. So out of the 120 games before the book is released or sent to print, 60 of the games are the new faction, and 60 of those games are a different faction, which means they've only maximum played the new codex into an older book 3 times. You know, let's say they play into every faction with the new book. There's over 20 factions. I'll be reasonable and say there's 20 or 21. So you got the original book that's been play tested, i.e. Tyranids, and then 20 other factions, 120 games, and each one of those games, I know, I think I'm being dumb. No, but they're not playing 120 games. All the playtesters collectively are playing. There's 120 players, but like they're playing against each other, so it's half that, right? Am I being crazy? Let me think about this really slowly, just so I can get this right. You've got 10 playtesters playing 4 games a week, but those 4 games are against each other, so it's not like each playtester is playing 4 different games. They're playing 4 games against each other, so it's really 5 people and 5 opponents playing the new book. So I'm trying to work out how many times they play against each faction if they did do it equally. 5 by 6 by 4. Yeah, I think so. Is it 4 games each or 4 games played a week on the team? So they said each player plays 4 games, but they're playing against each other, you know? So it's not like each one is going out and playing 4 games separately, so that's 40 games. They're playing 4 games each against each other. So actually there's 5 of them. There's only 5 sets of games being played. Does that make sense? Is that math making sense in my head? It's a lot less than you realise because the 5 opponents in each game are other playtesters. So that's part of the 4 games that they're playing a week. I don't know why I'm struggling with this math. It makes so much sense, but also it doesn't make sense. I can't think of the maths behind it. If there's 10 people playing 4 games, that's 40 games. But they're playing against each other. So 10 people playing 4 games against each other. That's 40 accounts of game, but it's actually only 20 games. Because they're playing against each other. So 5 people are playing 10 games against 5 other people. So I think it's the half the amount that they're actually saying. Because if the playtesters are playing other playtesters, they're not all playing 10 separate games. They're playing 10 games collectively. Or 40 games collectively, or whatever. Does that make sense? Am I talking out my arse? Am I overthinking it? It's 20 per week. 120 over 6 weeks. There we go. I thought I was right. Yeah, because 40 over 6 weeks would be 240. Yeah, I think that's what I was struggling with. So they're playing basically fuck all with the new book. Because out of those 120 games, 60 of them are going to be the new book that they're testing. And 60 of them are going to be non-faction, another faction that they're playing against. So if they play equal, and let's say there's 20 faction, there isn't, there's more than 20. They're playing against each faction 3 times max before they send a print and being like, yeah, that's a balanced book. That is fucking crazy. That is not enough to play test a book. You can't put Eldar versus Orcs 3 times and be like, yeah, that's fine. Well, they say they only had 10 playtesters playing 4 games a day for 10th edition as a whole. Think of it as like 20 games per detachment. Also true. Also very true. Oh, man. What are you helping personally out of the new data set coming tomorrow? So as I said, I went through it a bit Monday, talking about the things we'd like to see. Dev wounds, anti, towering, and free stratagems are all problematic, and I like some of those addressed. Then I think we're on to a winner. There's no way that Harvester one was played 20 times and they thought, yep, this is great. Yeah. Who's playtesting? But like Games Workshop don't like public accountability, so they'll never tell you. Not anymore anyway. I think they did a big publicity stunt for 9th edition to be like, hey, we're balancing it now. No more Iron Hands Index or Iron Hand Supplement. Never again. I don't think they know how to point stuff. Too many marine data sheets not to be used cause either sheet rules or too many points. Yeah, exactly. Supposedly they've got a matrix, but when you make up a matrix yourself with no like rhyme or reason to it, obviously the only thing they've got is previous editions, which is obviously a lot of information. But I can't imagine they playtest every model. No. That's it, mate. They're doing maximum 120 games before the book's released. You know, that's the play testing. It's just not quite enough information, I don't think. It sounds kind of dumb. Just forgot to play test Wraith Knights. Well, no one's got any because they're all fucking new, aren't they? And they were shit last edition, so no one bought any, so no one bothered to like actually play them. Honestly, whoever playtested Eldar just needs to hang up their hat. They need to be taken away from all gaming ever. It was so obvious from the start that they were going to be so fucking dumb. It took us minutes to realise, you know? Literally minutes. So I've been able to break the edition so easily. Maybe don't use power level, because the sword and board Wraith Knight isn't remotely the same as dual heavy Wraith Cannon 1, yet pointing the same. Also true. Also true, mate. I think the power level system's pretty rubbish. Kind of agreeing with Winters though that bugs didn't need 60 attachments too. That seems like a bit to balance it. I mean, everybody's gonna get 6 attachments, right? And that's the flavor of the playstyle. Does it mean they shouldn't have done it before until they balanced the game? Because they'll never balance the game. They'll just keep changing so people buy different models. Marines are getting 7, also true, yeah. Why are they getting 7? They could be all shit though. Four is probably perfect. Yeah, I don't know. Mate, 6 is just like an arbitrary number, to be fair. You got me there. You could have done 4, 3. You know? Why they need to do 6, don't know. Just cause? Because we've always had 6. Monster, Vanguard, Horde, default is all that was needed. True. Damn, that paint job is crisp. I'm at that point where it looks shit, mate, but thank you. It's just lines and lines and lines. That's all it is. Probably just looks nice on camera, which is the important bit. Imagine 6 Votan. Yeah, I don't know really what they do with Votan. Let everybody teleport for free, give everyone inborn. Everybody gets dev wounds. A critical hit is automatically a devastating wounds. Remember that? Look amazing once you sorted the base. Yeah. I've really done one of the claws, and I've got the head to do again. Just to remind you guys, if you want to support the channel, you can become a member. We're at 6 of 10. I am probably going to be going in the next 10 minutes, and it'd be cringe to miss it. So if you want to become a member and support the channel, that'd be really cool. You can let someone else become a member by gifting. That'd also be really cool. We've hit 10 every single stream for ages, and it'd be cool to keep up the streak. And don't always rely on the same people. If you've never gifted a sub, consider it. If you enjoy the channel, it really helps me out, really supports me. And it'd just be really cool. Be really epic. If you're not already a member, you get to join our Discord. You get to chat to me all the time, ask me things, get to see behind the scenes. Help control the channel, guide the channel, you know. I always take advice and tips from people who are members and stuff like that. In fact, while I already had it, in the members chat, we were already talking about the Broken Anvil video. So if you haven't already, please do. I'd be really sick of you. Thank you so much, Mercenary. Mercenary always carrying the channel. I do really appreciate it, mate.
Gifted member.
That's really kind of you, buddy. Thank you so much, Mercenary. Be like Mercenary. I don't want to miss the goal. I know, me neither, mate. I don't want to miss it either.
Rejoined.
Thanks so much, buddy. I really appreciate you. I know Mercenary's already gifted like 3 today. Bloody legend. As if you're already a member, you can let someone else become a member and they can join the Discord for free. For 30 days, you can call them a freeloader and cheap. And again, it supports me. It helps me do what I do. It shows me that you like the content. If you don't like it, then that's fine. I'll just have to stop doing it. But no, thank you for everyone for the support so far. I do really appreciate it. Okay. We're nearly done with this highlight, and then it's just going to be one more. And then a big wash, I think. There's so many lines to paint. You just got, the problem is with it, it's like you got to concentrate for every single one, and then you do it like 3 times. You kind of get to like slap it on during the airbrush process, but man, the lines is so difficult. I kind of wish I'd come up with a different scheme. Hey, Conga Stewie, thank you so much for the gifted, brother. Marco P, make sure you say thanks if you're here. Thank you so much, Conga Stewie, mate. You're a star, bud. Are you still here? I am still here. I'm alive and kicking. I know, it's been, what, 5 hours, I think? In this blistering heat? Power grind, mate. Power grind. Quickly, only 2 more. Is that it? Oh, yeah, only 2. Does anyone want to become the last 2 members for the day? I do really appreciate all the support, guys. Thank you so much. I enjoy our little corner of community. It's very cool. I'm very proud of what we've got, you know. And I like Wednesdays. I said they're a little bit more chill. We obviously did the memes this morning with the drama. But like when I just sit down and paint, it's just nice to just chat, you know, shoot the shit, just chatting about things. Looking alright, isn't she? I'm trying to last minute print stuff to deadline for a deadline tomorrow afternoon. I've never had so many fails. Oh mate, I hate it. I hate it so bad when you're like trying to do something for a deadline and all that happens is everything just fucking breaks. There's nothing worse than that. Mercenary, mate. You're being too generous. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 2 gifted.
Gifted member.
We only got 1 more to go. Thank you so much, mate. You're a star and you always do quite a few, so I do appreciate you. Mate, come on now. You've already gifted so many today. Mate.
Gifted member.
Thank you so much, Mercenary. There you go. We hit the goal. Thanks to Best. Now I think he's gifted 5 today, like a fucking boy. Make sure if you just become a member, thanks to Mercenary Q, make sure you say thank you. Absolutely legendary human in chat. Super supportive all the time. Super generous. Thank you so much, mate. We did it. You brute forced it, but we did it. Thank you, buddy. You're very, very generous, bud. How much of a difference is that? Not super. So I've gone in with just pure sky blue now. Well, thanks, Mercenary, again, mate. Thanks, Conga, as well. Thanks, everyone who's gifted today. Super generous of you. Super kind. We made the goal. Morning news will return. Like MCU. Next week. Iron Man will return. Lolly, where he's dead. Lol. Fall before it stops letting me scroll. What a champ. Yeah. I'm going to do the legs and then I'll call it a day. I'm pretty tired. I'm ready for some food. Beautiful. Like MCU will inevitably scrape the bottom barrel for content. Oh wait, Taco Bell. Shut up! It's not scraping the bottom of the barrel. It's fun, engaging content. You wouldn't have known if it weren't for me. You'd be oblivious to the lawsuits happening around the world. I bring you all this entertainment and this is how I'm repaid. Being told I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel. Disgusting. You can give me a free win at All Stars. I can give you a buy if you want. That was my Discord, everyone, by the way. Don't worry, it's not yours. You ain't got no friends. I'm right here. Is that harsh? I'm lashing out. I checked mine. Brett, mate, you're a good friend. Sorry. Sorry, Brett. Got no friends. Quickly, how to do a chargeback. Take it up with Google, baby. Take it up with the whole alphabet. If you checked your Discord, I'm sorry. You've got no friends. I've got friends, clearly. That was so harsh, but I couldn't not do it. It was so funny. That's one big nid. Nid, where you sent the new Gribblies early. I sure was. I got the whole bunch. And she's looking good. She's getting there. I'm going to call the stream now because I said it's 3 p.m. I've been streaming for 5 hours. I've done the bottom half. I really need to get this finished for Friday, so I'm going to have to put some more hours in later. And obviously we got Balanced Data Slate stream tomorrow. And then Friday we're playing, so it's going to be busy. But this is the plan. I know someone said icy nids. I was going to do snowy nids, and then I decided against it. And I think it looked quite cool with just like a sandy based. So it's just like dark brown with some Easy Desert dry brush. I thought it looked quite cool. Like a nice contrast to the blue and red. So you could always put sand on them if you snow on them if you really wanted to. But I decided against it. I thought it looked quite nice like there. I also ran out of time, so I gave up. But I thought like this scheme, even without snow, is just quite nice. So this is the vibe we're going for on this big bird. So, and that's it. That's it for today. Hello. Thank you so much for hanging out today, everyone. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much to Mercenary, especially for all those gifted at the end to get us over the goal. Oh my god, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 today. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much, mate. Thank you everyone who supported the channel. We had Congo, we had MB, we had Organ, Victor, Saltism, Monkey D Felix, Mr. Teal, and Ty Matsushita either becoming a member or resubscribing and continue the membership. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for hanging out today. Hope you've enjoyed the stream. Obviously, it's a bit of a wild one with some really interesting drama from Games Workshop and also Broken Anvil Miniatures and also painting. So it's been a big one. It's been a good one. But I'll be back tomorrow. We're probably going to do a Balanced Data Slate waiting room while we wait for the new Balanced Data Slate, speculate, work out what we want to see, and then hopefully see it and do some breakdowns. So yeah, so thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for hanging out. I love you all. You're all amazing. And hopefully I'll catch you tomorrow, probably sometime in the afternoon, I imagine. I'll probably start at like 1 maybe or something like that. But I'll double confirm, and the stream will probably be up tonight. So thanks, everyone. I love you all, and I'll catch you next time. Bye. Bye-bye.